Okay, good. Guess turn, I don't know if I want to have random chatter in the background. I'm gonna leave game sounds off for now. Right. It's supposed to be just this conversation and then doesn't matter. Yeah. Keeps turning around to say every line instead of just turning around. Okay. So supposedly, anyone feel free to let me know my microphone volume is at all acceptable. Greetings. Yeah, currently I didn't have it set up to record game audio because sometimes I'm not going to have the game's just going to be sitting there. So I wasn't sure if having random sounds playing when I'm doing other things was going to be annoying or not. But silence might be more annoying. I don't know. Okay, there's the hologram thing. Does it play every time? Yes. Okay. So. uh. All right. It was, let's see, find the dialogue. Prodigy. Okay. So yeah, this is what I wanted to. He has. It's a unique flag. Okay. And this is where it gets exciting to watch text files. Okay. So if I turn this on, which I'm going to do through here because I can. Yeah. Okay. I haven't used this in a while. So yeah, if he dies, his hologram that he set up in advance somehow knows that he's dead. The only check is that he's dead. It just automatically changes. But I guess it's magic. Gale has a spell that goes off when he dies, so. Okay, that one is, what is that? All right, yes. All of that seemed to go according to plan. What is next on this fascinating list? I always say I can make this less boring by going and just hopping up there and looking at stuff, but I don't want to ruin all the surprises. Okay, I'll look at that next. But I mean, I did, I put a warning that it's going to be very boring, so I don't feel too bad. Equips, it checks if it's in the inventory, but it never sends it. What? Okay, let's look. Oh, let's maybe get feedback on that. Okay, let me go. Let's just go straight to it. Maybe someone has an idea. Whoops, forgot about the I forgot about this guy. So there's this floating rod of resurrection here, which is never used for anything, but it is in the Balthazar layer, which means it's associated, well, presumably associated with Balthazar, but he never uses it and never does anything. But I tried looking it up, and apparently there's a resurrection in the older Baldur's Gate games. So I'm wondering if it might have been some sort of reference to that, since Balthazar was a character in those games. But I don't know, because it's not used for nothing. Sure. Okay. Back to where I was going. Is the... Okay, well, that's a good question, actually. Is the torch still over there? Nope, he's on him. So it definitely moved, but I only saw a quip, but it never is sent to his inventory. No. No way. There's no way it sends him to the asylum to where the torch is and then picks it up or something. That's ridiculous. No, this is the only... if it's already in his inventory. How does he get it? How did it end up on him? Okay. Okay, so at present... That is... Yes, I think. So... Is it coordinates? I'm stupid. Yeah. So it's in the asylum right now. Like, it all makes sense, except it's never sending it to his inventory. He just equips it. Uh-huh. Okay. The very exciting mystery of a torch. Oh, right. I want to confirm that too. That's super, super exciting to do all torch-related content. Do I have a save? I should probably do. See the size of the scroll bar, the number of saves I have at this point for everything I just for a lot of these saves I use were all just made during the Act 2 guide, because I learned from the first video that I need to make a lot more saves, so I've got a lot more saves. So most of the time that I need to test something, I've got a save nearby already. For the portal. Where the hell did I put that? Post memorize, Mason's Guild. Oh, there we go. That's when he's already out there. So yeah, I need to do this one. Reminds again, if anyone has anything they actually want me to show or specifically ask anything or whatever, I'm open to it. But otherwise, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Okay. This is when he should be sitting on the stool next to, what's his name? All the more reason to have the audio turned off from the game so you don't have to listen to this guy sing. Oops. I want to check. Can I pickpocket from this close? Can't tell. There we go. This says he has nothing, which suggests that his magical torch, his teleporting torch, will go to use. Unless the torch doesn't show up in his pickpocket inventory. But now it's too late for me to actually put him in the party, I think, and check it that way. Well, his torch is also still in the silent. Okay, so yeah, found a little bump. Yeah. See, yep, there it is. That's why he suddenly has a torch. Okay, I would say that counts as confirming it. Which is exciting to me because it was a whole new world of stuff. What's going on in the stream now? At this point in the process, I don't know if it would have been more interesting to watch the part when I was searching for finding all these various things. This point in the process, I'm mostly going down this list of objects that are in the asylum for Act 2 and trying to figure out what each one of them is and whether they're worth saying anything about or not. I'll decide that later, whether talking about teleporting torches is worth mentioning in a video or not. Some are a lot more interesting than others. I mean, I could just hop up there and show the asylum, but I'm like, if I show everything now before the video, it's kind of missing the point. Yeah, that's it. Again, I figured if anybody has stuff they want to know about, I'll answer. But I'm otherwise no apologies for how boring it's going to be a lot of the time. Because the work I do in the videos is looks like this a lot of the time. It looks like this. These are the goal files, which is how the game does almost everything that it does. Just about everything that is outside of stuff like combat mechanics and that sort of stuff I haven't looked into all that much. But pretty much every time a character does anything or anything happens, the scripting of the game, the flow of the game, it's all here. And this is how I'm able to answer most questions about how the game works, or it's all in here, which are really boring to look at. And I'm mostly figuring it out as I go along because I had no experience with Osiris before I started doing these videos. It's the same thing that was in Divinity Original Sin games, but I didn't play those games. And that's why the videos take a long time, because I'm usually figuring everything out as I go along. Okay. Okay, let's see. Well, do you have a specific instance of that? You still get the Shadow Curse, like because of when he goes out to when he gets caught by the shadows? I happen to have a save here earlier because I was trying to test the hologram projector. Since there is a dummy double up in the asylum that's used for the projector itself. Oh, I think I actually I can't confirm it without doing that fight, which I guess I could do. But I think I actually was just looking at something that might be the answer to that question. Not absolutely sure unless I go test it, but this torch, which is the torch he's supposed to have, when he's ready to return to Haven, which is probably whenever you finish the fight, starts leaving. If this says if the torch is in his inventory, remove the burning status from the torch, which may make it stop providing light and thus a protection from the Shadow Curse. And he unequips the torch as soon as he's leaving. But it does say that it's not supposed to do that until he's already disappear out of sight is basically whenever your character runs off and then disappears. He specifically runs instead of walking. So I guess let's see, I've got it since I'm at this save, I can probably try to just do it real quick and see if it looks like that or not. Okay, he's somewhere like south of here, right? Something like that. I'm just going to teleport to him again. I don't want to bother. I don't really play the game anymore. Like, I'm so out of the habit of actually moving around and doing normal game things anymore. The funny thing is, I think I may be able to teleport to the torch, and that'll be good enough. Okay, so right now he's got the torch and it's lit. I'm still not sure how the torch ends up in his inventory from the asylum because there's no teleport to him. It just equips. And I think you had to be in range to equip something. I thought it has to be in your inventory. So I'm not sure how they actually are doing that yet. But do I know what these two shadows are? Are they in this goal? Might take longer to figure that out than just kill them the normal way. And here they are. Okay. Let's show off something else. I don't want to bother fighting them. Capitalize it. That killed one of them. And I killed the other one. There we go. Forgot about that line. It was probably the print in the console is way too small to really read in the stream, but so you still got the torch right now, running off, and he disappeared. That's what's supposed to happen. It says he's supposed to disappear out of sight. And that sets this event, roll into fight, you know, blah, 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 blah. Or no, the other one. Down here. Return to Haven, yeah, okay. So I don't know why it would. Yeah, so that makes me wonder if there's something you can do to interrupt him where it screws with his running off, his out of sight part. Because it's supposed to be when it does this, when he starts leaving, which, well, maybe, let's see, yeah, in case less than, unless it's that, whatever. When he returns to Haven, it's set to do that. It checks for that and goes, okay. And this is said, if he has a torch, it's supposed to turn off, but it's supposed to be after he's already disappeared. Because wherever he is now, which is, good question. Not sure where he is he still sitting right there off stage? Yeah, disappear out of sight is, yeah, it's just a really basic thing. You can tell there's some kind of internal logic for where they try to go sometimes. In this case, he has a specific place to go to, which is this, which is a trigger, which I can show. If I teleport to the trigger, I'll be on the spot where he disappeared. If I actually press it. Or maybe I won't. On the fly. Whatever. Oh yeah, I was going to check if he's still there. Where am I currently? Probably. He ran somewhere up here. No, he is somewhere weirder. Okay. Well, we're going to find out. Oh, he did already get all the way back here. Okay. So he disappears out of sight, and as soon as he disappeared out of sight, he just automatically teleported to last light, which is no surprise. There is probably a position he's standing on that he went to. Really? Okay. But I could be in a different goal. Appear out of sight to Oh, move to move to and not teleport to. Okay, thanks a lot. Right. Okay. It's also totally radical. And various other things that happen when he's supposed to leave. So it's still sort of the mystery of how he gets the torch. Now it makes me wonder if I... Well, you have to leave the trigger for him to teleport to where the shadows are, of course, so you won't see him leave. I mean, you could see him leave. I don't know why they hide it, but the thing, well, yeah, that's what I'm going to do, because if I don't see it teleport his torch to him, I'm going to try moving the torch somewhere else and see if anything weird happens. That's the thing about, that's part of the whole deal with items being in the asylum, is because items, sometimes, like a lot of normal items are, there's basically two sort of ways to interact with items. The item ID and the template ID, which is what throws a lot of people off who are used to doing stuff like item spawns in Cheat Engine. The built-in thing that's in this particular popular Cheat Engine scripting is this item spawner, and what that's actually doing is doing a template add. So it's creating an item from template, which works a lot of the time. That's essentially creating the item out of thin air. And that works for all sorts of stuff that are just sort of random items, all the way up to things that are special items. But anything that's like story items and things like that, they don't have another. If you try to spawn the template, you'll spawn the template item, which is just a base item that isn't the actual item itself. If you want to get the item itself, you have to move it to your inventory. You can't spawn it. And that's the reason there's things like the house and book in the Act 1 sitting in the asylum, or the Barcus arrow, weird things like that. One of the main reasons that they do that is so you can't pickpocket it from somebody. If they want to have an event where a character hands you an item, whatever, and they don't want you to be able to take it in advance, they don't want to have it just sitting in their inventory, even though that theoretically makes sense. That's often why they put it in the asylum, so they can teleport directly to you. And other times they don't. It's just up to every individual item how they choose to do that, because sometimes it doesn't seem to make any sense. Like what's his name, Barcus, when you rescue him from the windmill in the Blighted Village, the little golden locket that he got, the whole thing, his whole reason for searching for Wolbrin, is in his inventory, and you can pickpocket it from him before you talk to him. And then he has, like many other characters, a dedicated line of dialogue where the changes if he doesn't have it. Which, first of all, props to Larry, and I think it's really cool that they did that way more often than almost every single time basically every time someone has an item that's in their inventory that they're going to try to give you a reference and you pickpocket it, there's like a separate line. But in his case, he's so chill about it. He just says something else. He doesn't say anything about the fact that this super important locket from his friend that's got his friend's blood on it. Its whole reason he's searching for him is this locket. And if you steal it from him, he doesn't have anything interesting to say about it. He just says something else, which just seemed weirdly out of character. But the Bex's cookies, this is one of the ones in the current in Act 2, which I see on this particular save. I haven't done that yet. I haven't saved everybody yet, so they're still there. So where are they? Her cookies are not in her inventory or in a basket or something. They are here. Very hard to see because they're very small. Out of the way, Gale. Now everyone's going to stand on top of the cookies when I'm trying to show off tiny cookies. There they are. And that's because they wanted to make sure they could have the event where she hands them to you. So when she hands them to you, they're here until she actually hands them over, and then it moves them into your inventory. But other items don't work that way. So it's there's the act of handing over items is often teleporting them from somewhere completely different and then having them appear in your bag. But sometimes it's as simple as it went from their bag to your bag. It doesn't really matter. And that's the thing about when it does a teleport to command like that. It doesn't matter where the item is currently before it does that. And that's why, like, if I pick up, I don't save for it right now. If I picked up these cookies and put them in my bag, put them in my camp chest, whatever I want, it doesn't matter. When it's time for her to hand them over, she's still going to hand them over because they're going to teleport. And that's part of the whole deal with the house and book in Act 1 is that it has all these different places it will teleport to based on what happened. There was actually one thing I left out of the Act 1 that was technically there. It was just like it didn't seem interesting enough to include in the video. I showed a very brief teaser of it, sort of, but I didn't say what it was, so it didn't matter. There's a dagger sitting in the Act 1 asylum, and everything about it looks like a totally normal dagger as far as its stats and all that. But it actually has a unique ID because it's the things they do just for these tiny things. When you have the cutscene with Lae'zel in camp where she wants to kill you because you're transforming into mind flayers before the first Daisy dream, she has that dagger that in the cutscene that she like holds against your throat and all that, and that's just a cutscene thing. It doesn't matter. But if you convince her to hand over the dagger through I think it's the deception or whatever check it is, you tell her you're going to kill her first or something. And then you can either kill her or not. My first playthrough ever, I was just like, sure, fine. That looks interesting. I'll kill her. But because she has the opportunity to hand you the dagger, it could have just been a cutscene thing, but when the cutscene's over, you actually have a dagger in your inventory. She actually gives you a dagger. And that is the dagger. It's sitting in the asylum. It teleports into her bag during the cutscene, and then if you get it from her, she hands it to you. And now it's in your bag. So, like, I had a clip showing that you can go to the asylum and pick up the dagger before the scene, and even though it's now in your inventory, when that scene starts, it'll teleport out of your bag into hers, because it doesn't matter where it actually is. The asylum is used to make sure it's somewhere you can't find it, because they could put it any sort of weird out-of-the-way place, really, but this is what the point of this area is, so... that's the so this was the I'm going to show everything off now before the video's done, but this was the thing I was looking for when I first started stream. Was this version of Roland as the dummy for the hologram? When the hologram is speaking to you, this is what is actually speaking. And here's Ravengard. He's already in the kneeling position, which is kind of funny to me. It's almost certainly if that's a command I can give it, makes them do that. As far as lie down or whatever, I did find out something I couldn't find a good way to put into the video, but you can make characters move to locations and do things. Kind of funny to show off. Do I still have that? Save. Let's go all the way back. No, that's too late. It's probably fine. Anytime where Arabella is... No, if I already stole the statue, it's too late. So I probably just waste time with this 20 seconds of quick loading. I've got to have the world record for quick loads by now, I swear. Like the number of number of things I've tested in this game, even when doing the honor mode guides, like the number of times I got a quick load to try something again and again and again and again. Yeah, see that's the reason I have so many. That was the Act 2 honor guide is why. The first video I learned a lesson and I should have had a lot more saves because I had things I wanted to go back and try to test and I didn't have saves for. And so when I started the Act 2 video, I was like, I'm going to save like all the time. And that turned out to be quite useful because when I'm testing all sorts of other things, I almost always just start from one of these existing saves. Of course, I've got other things. This is the reason. That's not a name I name my character. The reason it did that, I didn't even know until I did on accident. The disguise, somebody actually asked about that on the post I made, but the disguising people as other people is really easy. It's a transform command. There's just different rules you can use. Disguise is one of them. The difference is disguise, the basic disguise changes into, it's meant to be a full disguise. So it changes everything. All those things, are all done through the disguise. Same thing I did with Volo in the Asylum video. That one, and that's the relevant thing to the reason this is the wrong name. Using that particular version of transform, it changes everything. It changes their name, titles, everything so you appear to be that character, and it does it internally enough where I'm trying to think if I could come up with something funny in a video for this, because it's like it'll show their name in approval messages. Like I could have any character I want pop up with approves as a joke if I wanted to. It even has their icon and everything. It looks just like that character as part of your party. If you just show the pop-up. And so apparently it says that as your name enough to where I did a save when I was disguised as Isabel as part of a test with the Will's playthrough thing. And I didn't notice till sometime later that it actually set that as though that's my character's name. And even though I've done saves since then, it won't go back. Like it's stuck as Isabel forever now. The whole reason I originally made this Will playthrough at all was to test Shadowheart specific stuff for the Act 2 guide video. The funny thing being one of those was Night Song points. Because I thought they were more important than they were, I was going to put a whole thing in. That's all. I don't feel bad exactly, but I keep thinking if I should make an actual video that's like, here's the actual guide to the Night Song conversation, because a lot of people think that's what the Night Song point video is, and it was never meant to be that. Because I didn't think anyone was going to watch that thing. I made the Act 2 guide, and I mentioned Night Song points quickly in that video. The point was to show, since it's an honor mode thing, I wanted people to know how to reliably spare the Night Song without having to do any skill checks, if that's what they wanted. That's part of the whole point of the honor mode guide, was try to cover as many things to where you're not relying on rolls or you're to succeed, or you're stacking the odds in your favor as much as possible, which outside of honor mode doesn't really matter because you can just reload. So when looking up the Night Song conversation stuff, because it's a very convoluted file, find that and show how ridiculous it looks. I assumed, that the Night Song point, I assumed what people now assume on accident because of my video. I thought that you needed Night Song points and approval or whatever to spare the Night Song reliably. Because when looking at the file, that's kind of what it looks like it's saying, because it's a really just confusing. No, this one. It's huge. There's like a lot of stuff to keep track of in here, and this is the parsed one. So trying to trace this. Unlike most dialogues, you can look over these parsed files and kind of figure out what's going on by just going down and following the nodes. But there's so much crap going on here that I could not keep track of what was going on. So I had assumed, I started doing research during the Act 2 video I was going to include basically the stuff that ended up going in the other video about how the points work. But then when it was time to test it, which is what the will save was for, I needed a non-Shadowheart character because I just happened to pick Shadowheart for my honor guide, and she's kind of become the face of the videos. I think my voice is terrible when I'm just talking normally like this. When I'm doing videos, I'm enunciating the hell out of everything so I don't mumble. But so when it was time to test it, I basically, after already doing a bunch of research on Nightsong points, went into the actual event and tested and found, the only difference between if you have over 40 approval, the only thing that actually changes if you have enough Nightsong points versus not having enough Nightsong points is a couple things that she says, like this. She doesn't say the thing about what should I do unless you have enough points. And that when the actual final decision that you make pops up, I put a noise gate on. It's probably not perfect. This is my first. I haven't streamed with this microphone ever before and everything else, so it's the sound of me drinking water is probably coming through sometimes. Noise gate could maybe be more aggressive. Do you not want to be? I'm not sure exactly what that question means. Not want to be associated with gaming journalism? I don't know exactly what you mean with that. Oh yeah, so I found out after doing most of the research already that all that really matters is have 40 approval. So when I made the Nightsong Point video, in my head I had just made the Act 2 guide, and I had mentioned Nightsong Points in that video, and I had said in that video, all that really matters is you have 40 approval. As long as you have that, then you can spare with no check. So then I thought, well, because I mentioned Nightsong Points in that video, maybe a few people who watched the Act 2 guide, which didn't have very many views at the time, still doesn't have all that many, my old bio on YouTube. Now I'm wondering what you're referring to as far as YouTube is concerned. I know at some point I mentioned my bio like months ago, said something about how I used to work for a magazine, but that was, unless you memorized unless the bio still shows up where you memorized it, because changed that a long time ago. But I mean, I don't know, like I'm not, a long time ago, before some people who watch my videos were even alive, I wrote for a video game strategy magazine called Expert Gamer, which had an audience of 12-year-olds. So maybe some people who used to read it are old enough to be playing Baldur's Gate 3 and caring now. But so yeah, when I made the Nightsong Point video, I didn't think I thought like maybe a few people who watch Act 2 will watch this. Like they watch that, they know already you only need to have 40 approval, and this is just sort of a quick little video explaining, here's a weird thing you probably didn't know, there's these points and da-da-da-da. And there's some hidden dialogue if you get enough of them, etc. But unfortunately, I'm glad that the video blew up, I guess, but the unfortunate thing is I didn't realize when I made it that people were going to point to it as though it was like the guide to sparing Nightsong, which is never what it was intended to be. So there's things I could have included in there, but at the time I was thinking I already said these in the previous video, and I wasn't thinking a bunch of new people were watching it. So I didn't actually say anything. I worked for Prima also after Expert Gamer. But it was also a long time ago. Not quite as long. Merely 20 years or so ago. But my Prima guys were bad. The games were bad and my books were bad. Working for Prima was annoying. They were not well organized. I was spoiled by how smoothly things actually went at the magazine compared to Prima. But so I didn't say anything that was like misleading exactly in the Knights on Point video, but I just left out things that weren't about Knights on Points. But so a lot of people think Knights on Points equals sparing Night Song, which is not true. You really don't need them at all. You only need 40 approval. If what matters is sparing Night Song with no check, all you need is 40 approval. Okay. All right. I was going to should probably check my quest log like a not idiot and find out if I already gave her the idol. No, I did not. Okay. After that long ramble about stuff I did 24 years ago. I'm pretty old in case people haven't figured that out. According to analytics on YouTube, I'm older than about 95% of my audience. I could just teleport down there, I guess. I'm going to do this the old-fashioned way. Yeah, not so impressive. A magazine that didn't do well enough for them to not change formats and then kick some of us out to the curb. Where they said, we're not replacing any of you, but we are firing some of you and hiring a new guy. I would have fired me too. Like, I was only good at strategy. They changed to like a review style magazine, and I'm no good at that. Yeah, so okay. So it's exactly what I was hoping for. All right. This is talking to Arabella. Does she say the stuff about? And I talked to her before on the save. Right. So she says, if I got that idol, why am I pointing at the screen with my finger as though you could see my hand? You know, kind of hear what she wants that idol. Yeah. So she really wants that idol. And of course, if I go try to take it, the druids will get annoyed and it'll spawn sentries and all that. But let's see if I still have this saved somewhere. This is the really big list of random junk that, who cares if this is uninteresting. This file was originally for writing stuff out for the Act 2 thing about how to make a Starry not break up with you if you make him bite the what's her name and you're in a romance. But then for some reason this file became the every random thing that I find somewhere and copy and paste in here that's a random instruction. So do I have, remember, whoops, fantastic, no, it's not that. No, it's not that either. Where the hell did I do that? I'm going to find it again. It's good enough. Okay. Anyone? Okay, that'll work. It's move 2, yes. Yes. Not proc. Maybe is it move 2? Evidently, yes. I swear there was a non-proc version. I guess it doesn't really matter, but oh, there it is. Character move 2. Okay. The idol is called what? Den lockdown something. It's in here somewhere. Oh, that's pretty easy. Okay. So she and Arabella, that I remember her name is Snake Kid. All the names for the a lot of the tieflings makes me laugh because they're completely goofy things in the actual code. Yeah, yes, probably. Oh yeah, this is the Merkin versus the Harpies event. Merkin is referred to as Charmed Kid in the files. I was actually just looking at. I saw someone asking a question about whether Norella counted it for the. There's an achievement for saving tieflings that I could make a highlighter for Osiris. I'm just so used to it at this point, but the they're asking just whether Norella, and since I mentioned she's in the list of tieflings, she's in the list that the traveler list, which is when they leave the act. But the way the achievement works is actually much simpler than like the wiki page for the No One Left Behind or whatever it's called achievement is way off the mark as far as the actual truth of what's really required. And you only need to save these 15 tieflings. If any of them ever die, then the achievement fails. It's as simple as that. And you see some of the names of the internal names for some of the tieflings. Again, I have no idea how legible any of this actually is on the stream, but Arabella is called Snake Kid, which is who I want right now. The Bard, Young Lover, and 1 and 2 are Bex and Danis. Prodigy is Roland, Prodigy's sister and brother. The other two, I forget their name. Backup leader is Karis, whatever her name is supposed to be. Weaponsmith is Damon, etc. Not in this list, but one of my favorites is the just like the kids are referred to as thieflings in the files. The what's her name? Arc something? Arca? Whatever. The tiefling with the crossbow that wants to shoot the goblin. Her name is Griefling in the files. So they do a lot of puns and stuff like that in the file names, the IDs. These don't actually. All that really matters is the numbers. This is the game only cares about this, the UIDs. So this can be anything. When you look over it, there's a lot of times there's typos. There's weird, goofy names and all sorts of stuff. Whatever they feel like. None of that really matters because the game only cares about this. Okay. Back to, we want the character to be the Snake Kid, and we briefly. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in there somewhere. I haven't seen it, but okay. Character move to. I already found a minute ago. All right, here. Oh right, I need a type. I swear I wrote this down somewhere before. Redoing stuff I already did. Aha! There we go. Well, enough of this. Um, so, yeah, so I'm going to move where I can see both things. Unfortunately, no wait, that was why, because I set it up to not have to use the, I probably did all these things. I don't know how this is really losing people's interest when I have to dig into all these things. What limited interest there was. It's only a matter of showing it. I can do it through here. It's just I have to switch in and out of the game. I'll get her ready to do it and then do this. So I'm going to tell her, and then okay. I told her to go run to the idol, so she's going to go over there. And when she's close by, I'm going to trigger the other line that I prepared to make her pick up the idol. And now they don't care. Nobody cares at all that the kid just picked up their idol and walked off. She's trying to figure out how to get back home. So now she has it. You could even see, if you get near it, that the blessing buff is on us because we're in range. She's still trying to figure out how to get back to her parents. It was as easy as that, Arbel. All you had to do was walk over and pick it up. If I try it, they will get upset. And as such, now that she... Well, first of all, I think if I make that easier so I can show it. Where is that? This is something convenient to use when I want to test things. When applying a status of a buff, in this case invisible, you put a duration, and -1 is forever. So now I'm invisible forever. There it is in our inventory. Stop moving around. Am I gonna roll a 10? There we go. So now I've got it. The funny thing is, I'm assuming Arabella's gonna do a typical. Kids are like weird when you rob them. They like run off super fast and like alert the guards or something. No, she tried and went back. Okay, so yeah. The thing is, if I could have her drop it on the ground, I could have done that before. I can reverse pickpocket her and show that off too. Let's see. Has Minthara knockout, breakout, been a soft lock? I'm not sure exactly what that was. Sorry about my ice cubes. Like if you ask that question a bit more detailed, I might be able to try to look into it. I think as far as I'm aware with that, it's just a matter of there's a slight delay before they have to discover it missing, I believe. So it's just if you do it fast enough, by the time they see it, there's nothing to see by the time they look for it. Oh, as far as a quest. Since the whole knocking out Minthara is like a weird thing, they keep putting in special exclusions for to allow for the whole, knocking her out to recruiter method. Yeah, that I was not specifically familiar with. Progress as far as you can't complete the objectives for Housen, like Housen won't accept that they're all dead and go back to the Grove, is what you're saying? Act 3 guide. Oh, if it's just a quest log, it definitely gets weird stuff as far as when things get stuck. Act 3 guide is like the deal. Act 2 guide took me 3 months of like basically almost every day for hours a day, and trying to make it. I'm like, I'm gonna make this as good as I can, and I like the result of the video, but it didn't exactly do very well as far as people watching it. Pretty much only people who already watched Act 1 essentially will sometimes, some of them will watch Act 2, which makes sense. It's all exactly what I would have expected, but Act 3 is likely to be even less. But it takes a lot of work and time to make a good guy like that. Like I could make something faster, but if I want it to be good, and it's like the return on investment as far as putting that amount of time into it has become daunting compared to these other videos that are comparatively faster to get something out that people want to see. So Act 3 is kind of on the back burner to where if I don't have something else that's prominently worth doing, I'll work on that. But at the moment, it seems like a bad idea. It's bad enough that it takes it takes me as long as it does to get videos out in the first place, and those and just try to be super thorough, and which makes for good videos, but on a YouTube standards, just getting stuff out there faster is the better thing to do if you're trying to save your life. Okay, so let's try to see. Yeah, I mean the Minthara knockout stuff is definitely wonky. There's a lot of like band-aid sort of stuff that they kept doing, so I wouldn't be surprised if it causes some other weird things. I mean, the very fact that yeah, that was kind of what I was feeling. Also, was like I made the honor mode videos first because it was something I thought I could do, and because I looked around like, well, there's a lot of honor mode sort of like general guides, so can I do something that hasn't really been done yet? And I'm like, okay, I'll try to do something more with more specific stuff. The first video I don't think is very good anymore by comparison to the stuff since. But once I realized people liked when the Night Song video, people were like into that and everything. I'm like, well, that's something else interesting I can offer that no one else is really doing, right? So I'm like, okay. So I mostly kind of pivoted to that because I'm like, that seems to be getting people's attention as something out of the ordinary. So I know I can't keep up with people who with certain channels who do 7 amazing secrets you've never seen and number 3 Titan string bow. So I'm not going to try to compete with that. One of the things that I mean, it's definitely weirder. I mean, there's an audience. There's plenty of people who want tips on how to do stuff in the game. That's why that stuff is more popular generally, like things that you do when playing, as compared to stuff like this. But as long as people keep wanting to see it, I will do it until I run out of ideas or whatever. It's funny you mentioned the stuff with Minthara and Knocked Out, because that was one of the things that I found that is an Asylum thing. That's actually one of the things I wanted to actually confirm that my actual work I'm supposed to be doing. If I go there if I go with somebody who didn't, I'll try both. I'm going to go with a very early Act 2 save first. that actually reminds me of something else ridiculous that cost me time when making the Act 2 guide, just because I wanted to make it as on point as I could. I made the Act 1 during patch 5, and then I pretty much actually waited since they announced patch 6. I'm like, well, that's perfect timing when I was just about to start the Act 2 thing, so I'll wait for patch 6 to come out before I start working on it, so I can address updated stuff and all that. But the save that I had, that I started from, was this, that I labeled pre-Act 2, because this is going up the Grimforge elevator just after you come out the other side. This shows things I've learned since the time that I was working on that guide. This little room that you come out of the Grimforge elevator is in Act 2. You are now on the Act 2 map. And but who cares? Okay. But the thing is, one of the changes that happened in patch 6, and I think it was for Tactician and Honor. I don't think it was Honor only, but whatever it was when they added anytime a Necromite skeleton spawns, or all the skeletons they gained Armor of Agathis to make them a bit stronger, I guess. The thing is, and this is where I started to learn, this is way before I had started doing so much all the scripting stuff and learning all these things, and starting to learn why it takes 20 plus seconds to quick load every time. The amount of stuff that is tracked in your save file is absolutely ridiculous. And as an example, this is the save that I started my guide from after patch 6. But because this is 2 meters into Act 2, all of the skeletons, all the Necromites in the entire Act 2 had already been spawned in and recorded without the Armor of Agathis buff. And because I wanted to show how to deal with them at their current strength in patch 6, I didn't want to have an easier version of them if I was trying to show off how to deal with Necromites. I didn't know this. I got to all the way up to the top of Moonrise Towers, fortunately the ones that are with what's-her-name, the ones in front of the door, and wondering why they didn't have the armor on. And none of the ones up at the top of the tower did. So actually, after having done all the way up to that point, making the guide, I had to go back to a save before this point and then go turbo run through Act 2 stuff to get back to that point again so I could show fighting the stupid Necromites with the Armor of Agathis on. Any new ones that spawned out of pods would have the armor on, but any ones that are standing there when you first load the level, and to show the extent of how ridiculous it is, the thing I decided was not worth trying to redo everything just to do for the video, and probably nobody noticed or cared. The 4 that are standing around up on the platform in Catheric's, like in the Merkel room, the very last thing you do in Act 2, those 4 skeletons at the bottom of the freaking colony, they didn't have the Armor of Agathis on because they had already been spawned when I stepped into this room that I'm in right now, just inside after Grimforge. It had already spawned those skeletons in, Necromites, and with no buff. So the only way to get them properly spawned with the buff, I would have had to literally redo the entirety of Act 2. And I was like, okay, I'm not gonna bother doing that. I think people will figure it out. So that's an example why the save file, it takes so long to load, because every single individual thing in the entire act is basically loaded in at all times. It's not just that the entity is there. It records everything that's been killed. It records everything that is off stage. It records whether things can move or not currently. Like, all this information is saved for like every object and entity or whatever in the entire level. So the funny thing is, it almost feels sort of impressive that it only takes as long as it does, considering how much is there. That's one of the other things. I don't know exactly what I have set up to do. I can show that vaguely. Let's see. this is the LLS lib toolkit. This is where I look into save file. And also lets me get goal files out of old saves so I can see what's changed. Right. I mean, it's just that. I mean, I'm just forever obsessive and perfectionist about this sort of stuff. It's like the number of things that roads I go down to and research that end up being dead ends that don't go in videos is a lot. So it ends up using up a lot of time that I could have used more effectively if I'd known. This is last save I made is probably the one inside last light in. Yeah, some of these I don't even know exactly what some of these things do. There's even more. The extract the full save game has other things. There's some weird stuff that has to do with certain flags don't actually show up. Maybe it's because of character flags. Don't show because the database shows global flags, which is what I can show off here. This is the total database file for that particular save, which I think was the one where that I saved earlier in last light in. And like this is just a database. Like there's other things that are also in the save file. This is just the stuff that's like what the goal files are looking for. And it's everything you could ever imagine. It's like way more than you would ever imagine because there's so many different things that can be put into the database, and things aren't, unless they intentionally remove them at the end. With some goals will do that, remove a particular thing from the database. But if they don't do that intentionally, it never goes anywhere. It just gets added into the list. Again, here's everyone that's dead. This is literally the list on the save file, any dead character. Going back to, this is the tutorial. These are the tutorial characters. It's still tracking the fact that Thrall, people you didn't even kill necessarily, they count as dead because they're dead on the ground. They're still being tracked in this Act 2 save. That's an example. So if I always look for this to his Gale's stupid crown thing to find find the list of. See, this is global flag. So this is one of the most useful things I actually find in the database a lot of the time in the save file. Just say global flags that are currently on, or looking if they're on or off. And they can be set a bunch of stuff on load or when you do various things. And right, the database is just a big giant file that any goal can access it to check things. That's how it keeps track of stuff, basically. Add or remove things to the database. So every goal pretty much accesses it in some way, either to add things or to check for existing things or whatever. For example, this may not be a good example, but yeah, some of it, yeah. This is the goal specifically for rolling, going and fighting against the shadows that I was doing a long time ago now. And in the initialization section is one of the most goals have some big block of things added to the database as soon as that goal is loaded. And then of course all sorts of things are also set as things happen. And so this one is setting up like who the 2 shadows you have to fight are. The 3 dead ravens are there for some reason. And then in this case, it's creating a list underneath this for each of the 2 different shadows. So if I search in here for what those are, well, as an example, if there's anybody that matches this, then set them on stage 0 is off stage, 1 is on stage. Set them off stage and add them to a counter, blah, blah, blah. And because there's another one, it'll run this again and find the second one, do the same thing. So that's how they're used. So when I'm trying to, because I don't like trying to search through this manually is completely absurd. So when I try and get to this list, I always search for this because Gale has almost always got Willing for Crown. Since again, he starts the game. As I mentioned the Gale video, he starts the game with both these flags. I don't know exactly what they were thinking, but swayed towards their crown. Sure, Gale. So you can almost have like a history of things you did in the game by looking down this list. Got the thief, blah, 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 blah. There was some reason I was looking this up, and I think it was just generally showing. But it's one of the things I was saying before. This is, the farther into the game you go, the more there's going to be typically. That's why if you do if you quick save, quick load, like in the tutorial, you'll notice it's a lot faster than later because there's a hell of a lot less stuff being tracked yet because there's still plenty of stuff, but a lot of it is not there yet because it hasn't loaded anything else. So there's very few characters in the tutorial. And you haven't done a lot, so there's very few flags set, all that sort of stuff. This is the list of everybody who's currently set off stage anywhere at this point, all the way up to Act 2. Unfortunately, this list, unlike most stuff, for some of these things, only has the ID without the text. So, like, for me to actually figure out what each of these are, I'd have to literally copy and paste like every one and search for it, which would be way too time consuming to be worth the trouble. And right, that's the one that I showed in the Act 1 Asylum video. This is exactly it. It's in the offstage list. The weird thing is the fact that it's at the very top of the list, which suggests that it's set there. That's the first thing that it's set off stage in the entire game, which is weird. But ultimately, it can be done wherever. I don't remember where that's set. So a few random things show up here. This is one of the ones I thought I briefly considered showing the tutorial in that Act 1 video. But I'm like, there's not really much to show, so I'd rather get to the good stuff faster. In theory, I could make some kind of a script in Python or something. I would run down this list and check each of these against whatever. But all that just is anything like that. I'm like, I could, and it's just time I'm not spending doing something else for a video or whatever. But at least, fortunately, some of them, again, I don't know why the difference is, but this is an example of an early one, that if you play as Lae'zel, since Lae'zel can't hop down off the top rope to herself in the tutorial, she has the other get the Yankee guy, which people have probably seen by this point, who fills in for Lae'zel. He has his own dialogue and everything. But just like everything else, he's always there. He's just off stage. If you're not playing Lae'zel, he's just chilling on the Nautiloid, invisible. Weirdest stuff. That was making me think of something else I wanted to show, and I'm forgetting what it was now. Because most of these are just the IDs. Like, I could just pick some random one and probably run it through the goal check, and I'll probably find it, whatever it is. That is apparently a sound helper for the teleport platform. That was a fantastic one to pick randomly. What was... Oh, yeah, that was what I was thinking. The tutorial has an asylum, but there's like nothing in it. It's technically Shadowheart starts there, if you're not playing as Shadowheart, of course, before she gets teleported into her pod, but it happens like immediately, so there's nothing to show. It looks creepy because it's made out of like nautiloid texture material. So it's like, it looks like it's made out of pink brain flesh or whatever. I could probably go there real quick. I forget what the I had that written down somewhere, but I may have ditched it when I decided I didn't feel like showing it. Maybe anybody who has a save in the Nautiloid, yes, I do. Maybe I'll find it directly by looking in here in the toot goals. I could just go like, I could load up glasses, but like it's so slow. I don't know how well that would actually run while I'm trying to stream. This is just I was picking anyone early. This is a Dark Urge I made to test something in the video. I think it was so I could record the cutscene of the butler showing up in the private camp room. I don't know much. I'm pretty ignorant on Dark Urge stuff. People ask Dark Urge questions. I'm like, I don't really know very well. I've never really played Dark Urge, not really. So I'm kind of stupid when it comes to answering questions about Dark Urge stuff. Like I can look in the goals, but like I don't have much experience with it, so some of the stuff goes over my head. Do I remember? Somewhere I have this down. Probably. Maybe in this giant pile of nonsense. No, probably not. That would be too easy. No, that's the pod itself. And that's the wrong one, of course. Dead chasm, no. It's Shadowheart's got some interesting stuff in her files in general because she's like clearly the like earliest character they were really working on. So there's like some of the most old stuff is still associated with her. Like the Norella conversation is an example of that, where Shadowheart has reaction lines. And nobody else does. But as part of the whole general Act 1, like it's almost like they put a lot more development time into Act 1 and it tapered off as the game went on. To where Act 1 mysteriously has way more unique little details in it and lines that cover very specific scenarios and all sorts of stuff like that. Then you get farther into the game and Act 3 is a poorly optimized mess. That's another reason I actually not looking forward to doing Act 3 guide, because Act 3 is just such a pain. But as an example of that, and this is probably well known, I don't know how, anything that involves dialogue stuff isn't like super secret, but she, when you recruit her on the beach version, at least, which is somewhere, I always forget where hers is, because there's a different spot, there's a different dialogue file for recruited on the beach versus recruited next to the door. There we go. She specifically has dialogue for if you knocked her out during the tutorial, she will acknowledge that. Like nobody else does stuff that's like there's other ones that say stuff about killing them. I think Astari and other ones will reference that. But it's because you can do stuff with her in the Zelda tutorial, it specifically checks, like, why would you knock her unconscious during the tutorial in the first place? And then if you happen to, it's really almost like when they were in development, I imagine somebody just did that as a goof during testing, and they're like, that's hilarious. We're going to put in lines just for that. Which, She says this, she even says it, where is it? When she's being all nice because you like saved her. I think she says something about it there too. Again, I forget. Though that reminds me, can I find it's in? It's going to be somewhere around here. Somebody asked before about. It's not that. So some part of the. Someone was asking about the fact that the conflict scene between Shadowheart and Lae'zel, that there's an alternate version where Lae'zel is the one who's on top of Shadowheart with the knife, and I had seen it in the when looking at the dialogue file, but never really thought much of it. And the times I'd done that scene, it was always Shadowheart. But again, I wasn't really paying any attention. And somebody asked about it, and said that they had like heard that it doesn't play like that. There's videos of it, but those people like change the flags or whatever because there's just a basic flag in the dialogue to determine whether she'll be the one who is on top. I can find that fast or not. Nothing I ever do is fast. There we go. There's a flag in here that it looks for. It's as simple as something like Lae'zel first or something like that. Yeah, this flag right here. And so I had, again, never thought anything of it. They're like, oh, it doesn't happen. I'm like, okay, we're going to find out why that is. I got a video that answers that question. You should go watch all my videos about the Karlach fourth wall. So okay, perfect time to go watch every video several times. I legitimately, even though as I said, no apologies for the stream being boring, since I put the warning in the title, but I am fascinated. But I do feel a little bit bad, I guess, for anyone who this is somehow how they discover the channel is this ridiculous stream of me just rambling with no sound or anything worth watching. So it's actually in her origin file, but not in the tutorial file. I was looking in the wrong place. Post EA? No, because it's old. Anything that's the one thing in the post EA that's all obviously early access. So anything that was done after, like for release version, will often have separate files with extra stuff in it that's wasn't added till release. This is an old thing. So here's the deal. This is the only place that this flag that will make Lae'zel be the one on top is ever set. It's not set in any dialogue, and it's not set in any other goals other than this. And what it appears to be, how it appears to have been designed, was if the global flag that says you freed Shadowheart from the pod is set to true, then Lae'zel first. So if that was correct, you'd be seeing that version all the time. Everybody who ever saved Shadowheart out of the pod would be seeing Lae'zel on top. That would be the usual version. It would only be people who didn't save Shadowheart out of the pod who would see Shadowheart on top. So why is Shadowheart always the one who is on top if it's simple as that? Well, there's as I mentioned before, this part of the of anything, any ID, this text doesn't actually matter. This is just for developers to be able to keep track of stuff more easily. All this text is just, the game doesn't care. It's all meaningless. You could change this text to something else. It could have typos in it. None of it matters. All that matters is the ID. So this is looking for a global flag of freeing Shadowheart from the pod, which there is a flag that is that free Shadowheart from the pod, blah blah blah, and it's checked for in some other stuff. Okay, that is it. So we'll go look there. The transform chamber goal is in the tutorials. Whoops. So here's an example of where that flag is being checked. If the dialogue ended, the one where you're trying to, I don't remember exactly which one that is. It's probably if you're trying to open the pod door and it's locked or whatever. Then and the player was in the dialogue, get the status of this flag, free Shadowheart. Check if the player has this flag. 1 means they do. You'll love the word and, if, and then, and not. I'm looking in Osiris. Now, so this is where you say it seems obvious to me, but I got to explain this. This get flag, see, it's checking if this flag is on the player, but when over here, this is checking if a global flag is in the database. But this flag is not a global flag. It is a object flag, as it's called, which has to be assigned to an object, which could be a character, an item, whatever. There is a different flag called, if I can find it. Where did I put it? There we go. You can see right here. There is a different flag. What this is looking for to have Lazel on top is this flag, which is called state free Shadowheart. But there's a different flag called the same thing, state. Where'd it go? Shadowheart freed. Look at this. Freed Shadowheart. Shadowheart freed. Notice how they look exactly the same to a person because it's the same words in 2 different orders. But you can see they're 2 different flags, different IDs, and the game doesn't care about the text. It only cares about this. So somebody who was writing this up meant to check for this other flag that is a global flag that's called Shadowheart freed. And instead, they checked for freed Shadowheart, which is a different kind of flag and not set in the same way. And that is why Lazel is never on top in the fight scene. If I were to spend time modding the game that can't afford to do, and go in and pretend to do this, then it would work, and the Lazel would be on top most of the time. That's one of the things that really bugs me about modding, why I haven't tried to do much of anything that, not only because I can't spend time doing that, then I have to be spending time on videos, because that's the only way I can buy groceries. But that the goal files are as simple as this. They're text files. And I used to extract, see, that's the thing. So, well, I sort of, in theory, to answer your question, a lot of other things like dialogue files. Dialogue files are actually really easy to mod. Well, easy, air quotes. I mean, easy compared to some things. Because like the real dialogue files don't look like this. These have been parsed by a very, very useful program that does this parsing for you to make it look nice and pretty and easy to figure out. It has one quirk that is a little annoying that I wish I could I don't know enough about how the parser is made to try to fix it myself. I'm not actually a programmer. I just figured this out as I go along. But you can actually even see an example here. These ones that are colored like orange, flag checks are blue. Tag checks are also blue. But when they're in this color, this is what's called a rule check. And the rules are very weird in that it's not like a true false thing. They have a rule, like it's an integer that's used to set whether it's checking if it's true or false. It seems, I don't know exactly why they choose to use that sometimes instead of a tag check. Look, you can see right here, these two lines, like what the hell? This does a regular check tag if you really get the Yankee or not. This is a tag check. This is a rule check, even though they're both checking for literally the exact same thing. And the parser doesn't understand the difference between checking if something's true or false when it comes to this. So it always just sets them as orange. And there's no way to know whether it's checking for true or false, which bugs me a little bit. But those actual dialog files are not parsed. Even this has made them easier to read because this is also turned them into what are they? XML. They're XML files. It makes them semi-readable by comparison. Whoops, wrong folder. This, I don't know if anyone cares about any of this. Gustav is stuff from early access, and Gustav Dev is everything that was put in after early access from the release version. The parser, there is a link. Like I've been hesitant to link directly to things like the parser or whatever, because I'm like, I don't know whether the people that make these things want traffic specifically directed to them. Like Norbyte stuff is really well known. And it's all on GitHub. But if you Google search for Baldur's Gate 3 text parser or whatever, you'll find it pretty easily. So Gustav, what was I going to look for? It doesn't really anything really. Let's see if maybe I can find that exact thing. So if we look for this particular, the dialog file, this is what the toolkit uses, and the binaries is what the game uses. So if you're actually modding the game, none of that. I just like to figure things out. It will be in campfire moments. Shout heart and lays off. Okay, so this is what this really looks like. Not as easy to read as the parse version. And as an example, same thing, these flags, when flags are checked, these sort of things where I'm not going to bother trying to figure out what each one is, but the parser, when at all possible, throws away the ID and just leaves the name of the flag because it's easier to read. And of course, the actual file is the opposite. You only get the ID. So when looking at this is sort of stuff that's time consuming. This is an example of sort of stupid stuff I do. The reason videos take a long time, because for example, here's just a line, just checking for a flag. I know, okay, it's a global flag. It's checking to see that it's true. This is the flag it's checking for. At present, I have no idea what that is. So the thing is, that's part of the thing with, that's what I was thinking. I'm all over the place as usual. I don't even know if this is going to show up. Oh, it did. Okay. Apparently that flag I checked for is whether Lae'zel was betrayed by Vlaakith or not. Okay. So if I want to modify some of it's in the toolkit. The main thing, especially in the hypothetically modified version of the toolkit that gives you more access to things that they didn't release. Though there's hypothetically another version that's even more unlocked, but only works with the Steam version of the game. which I don't have. I played GOG version. But that's what I was saying. If I want to modify part of the dialogue in the game, like I did that in the Gale stuff, I did that a lot. Yeah, Moonglasses is the one that at least the last time I checked, you have to have it installed on Steam for it to work. Or so I hear. Not that I would ever modify the toolkit in any illegitimate way to gain extra access. But to modify dialogue, there's two different. To modify the actual text itself, that's the localization file, which is just a gigantic list of text, which I also use plenty of times to find things. And this file is literally every piece of text that is English text in the entire game, dialogue, stuff in tooltips, letters, everything, and its associated ID line. And so, right, so if I'm looking for trying to find when Gale just says, well, again, the problem is he says it a few different, he starts sentences with Mistra. So to find that particular one, it takes a while to search through because it's such a giant file, Notepad++, and like, so this is probably the one right here. If I check for one we'll check for the weave. Like that's probably the one right there. I could find out for sure by cross-referencing this line. That is in it's called Additional Greetings. I'm very familiar with that file because of all the stupid Gale stuff I've done. I have to kind of, not to cheat the reality, if you just turn on, it used to be the impossible flag. They added, I think you have to also have coverage flag turned on now and after patch 7. It doesn't pick randomly from his list of different things you could say. It will just pick whatever one's at the top of the list. So if I turn those flags and stuff on, which aren't now, I mean, I guess I could do it, but he will, let's find it. Gale, additional greetings. Where is it? I'm looking right at it, aren't I? There we go. Okay. He says, if I recall correctly, this is what he actually says. If you turn on the impossible flag and coverage flag, he'll say this every time. But saying yes isn't very funny. So the way that I showed it in the videos, like the first time I showed it in the impossible video, when in the video you see me click on Gale, he says Mistra, and then because I'm a Street Fighter fan before everything else, and then it ends and I click on him again and now he says the weave. That was closing the entire game down, editing the dialogue file for this to change the flag requirements so that he would always say that line I wanted to show, putting the file in place, loading the game back up, starting to record, click on Gale. So it takes 5 seconds in the video, but that was what I had to do because how I've done it is kind of changed around. I had certain flags I set on. He really wants to say this stuff. If your partner, this stuff is really high priority to partner with stuff. Because I tried setting it to where he didn't need flags at all for these stuff, and he would say these instead. So it's the same thing. So you can see here's a small insight. I've basically been trying to go in the order of funniest. Like I'm going to run out of the funny Gale phrases pretty soon. Sad to say, because yes and no aren't very funny. And this is something he says nothing a bit of magic can't solve, though it doesn't have the same comedy value that him saying the weave does. The Karsite weave is one of the ones I haven't shown. The weird thing is these longer ones, the Karsite weave, and I think where he says the Crown of Karsus, one or both of these. Part of what makes the Gale lines funny is that for some reason, this is like super numbersy, so I'm not going to try to show it in the file. in the timeline file, which is what dictates all the sort of flow of dialogues and stuff, as far as the literal timing for how long there is between events and between sentences and everything, they're super dense with like really uninteresting number data. And the reason that he stands there and stares at you after he says the weave, whatever, and that's, which is part of the comedy, is because the timeline is set for 5 seconds after he finishes saying that line. So it literally just sits there for 5 seconds saying nothing, just staring at you before it stops, or it goes to end. But for the two longer ones, at least one, I think both of them, one or both of these longer ones, the Karsite Weave and the Crown of Karsus down here, they're shorts. They don't have the long 5 seconds staring at you. So I'm like, that's not as funny. Like, it's harder to, if I'm going to put those in a video, I'm going to have to do something where I intentionally want it to cut it off faster. I could theoretically modify the timeline file to make it longer, but I don't want to bother. The orb is one. The only reason I haven't done the orb yet, this is such a goofy thing to consider, but because he says it so English, Tim Downey, that to my mostly my 50% American audience, Gail saying the orb with the text only on the screen for a moment, I'm like, are people going to even realize what he said? Like, it's kind of, without being able to read the subtitle, he doesn't speak American enough for, I don't know if people are going to realize he said orb. So that's the reason I haven't done the orb yet, because he says it so English that it's like, it may confuse people. So it's like the only ones that are left really are the orb and then the two longer ones, the Crown of Karsus and the Karsite Weave. So I'll figure out some way to put them in there. I haven't figured out what joke I'm going to do for Act 2 yet, but yeah, most of the time I agree. It's that particular phrase. I actually have a recording. Well, I don't have it set to play sound. I set the stream to only record the microphone because I didn't know what else. Well, I got music playing and stuff that I don't get copyright struck from music playing, so I didn't want to set it up to play audio from anything else. But I technically have a I think it's somewhere in here. Silence. Where did I last do that? Was it here? See, there's Mistra. Just pointless because you can't hear. But so I'm pretty sure I recorded all of them. I recorded all of them, put them somewhere. Those are the two that are in this video, so I might have not put it until the other one. Yeah, there we go. Like there's Karsus. So I've already got a video of it. Well, I recorded it all in camp these days. Of course, I wouldn't know if I thought I might make a video that just showed all of them in a big chain. Maybe if I ever set up any kind of outside of YouTube behind the scenes, people who actually care enough to watch extra stuff off YouTube page, I will do something like that. But so it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's only that I figured that it wasn't, the way he says it wasn't as funny to me as the way he says some of the other stuff. Though you can, I don't know how interesting any of this actually is. You'll see how fast he quits on the Crown of Karsus. See, there's no delay. And that's why I was like, that's really ruining my joke, Gail. But so, yeah, if I want to modify the dialogue, that is as simple as going into the here, and well, it's Toolkit put all this crap here, so it's hard to keep track of now. Yeah, dialogue binary, yeah. Yeah, I actually have a file in there right now. I forget. It may even be set still to play. It's probably right now set to have him say, what did I put in the silent video? Arsis? I think so. It's probably set to him always say that right now. So all I have to do is make adjustments to like the flags in that, in where is it? This file. Save it as the type of file it's looking for, the LSF file, and put it in this folder, and the game will load it. It's as simple as that. So modifying flags in dialogue is actually really easy. I didn't know that at the time I made the Gale video, which is why I showed that little clip of me repacking the entire localization file or Gustav file, like the whole thing, to change one line. I didn't know at the time that you could just do this. So changing the flags that are checked in dialogue files, easy to mod. Changing the actual text in the game is a little more time consuming because you have to repack the whole localization file, but it's a little bit slower, I guess. This is the easy thing. So the stupid thing is I kept thinking before the toolkit was out, like if only there was some way I could just make a simple modification to a goal file and just inject it the same way I can do this. Like that would be, if I could do that, I could do so many things. I could fix things. I could do all sorts of stuff. And what I tried, nothing I tried worked. And the toolkit comes out and it puts this, the toolkit puts these in place. There's a raw files folder. And in here, this is the, like, there's the, well, this is, where is it? This, come on. It's somewhere. I'm stupid. Okay, wherever the hell it is. Somewhere there's one that's, the whole thing is completely assembled. But it has, this is the whole list of goals. Their whole thing is here. So I thought, wait a second, doesn't that mean I can just make a change to one of these files and the game will load it in? And no, it doesn't work. I was in the middle of trying to see if I could still do it by making the change and then compiling the entire story file. Like with the toolkit, I started working on that the day patch 7 and the toolkit came out. But then I just moved on to working on videos again and didn't, because my earliest attempts still didn't work. And so I kind of put that on the back burner for now also, because it's like, I've always got to keep working on videos. Being able to make mods is an idea in general, but unfortunately, I have to spend time making videos. Well, not unfortunately, but monetarily, I have to spend time making videos. So yeah, modifying dialog files easy, modifying goal files not. If it was simpler, because it's like, even if I can be done by recompiling the entire story file, that's like, okay, that's kind of interesting. But what would be great about being able to just change one of these files is being able to say, here, just download this file that I modified. It's a tiny text file, and just stick it in this folder for any random person to do. But I can't do that. You can through script extender. That's script extender. Just the whole reason that the console lets me do Osiris commands is you can make mods that work through script extender to do all the same Osiris things, but you can't just easily modify. No, not really. To answer your question, there is some Baldur's Gate 3-esque modding Discord I looked at, but it was like super fancy and wanted me to jump through a bunch of hoops, and I'm like, I'm not really a modder. I just kind of wanted to see what was going on. But the problem for me personally with trying to do stuff through script extender as far as making a mod that will change things is because you can't just do it as Osiris. You have to write a Lua file. The actual mod is done through Lua. I don't know Lua. I don't know anything. I know Osiris stuff now because I'm figuring it out as I go along. But I've never bothered to learn Lua, so I could easily do modifications to things in Osiris. But I don't, like, if I sat down and said I'm going to make a mod with the script extender, I wouldn't know how to do it because I don't know Lua. I'd have to learn that, which takes more time I don't have. I post. I again, it all comes down to again where anytime I'm doing that sort of stuff, I'm like, well, I should probably be working on a video instead. But I do. I posted a little bits of stuff on the wiki. There's a Discord for the wiki page. And I post a little bit there about some of the behind the scenes stuff because there's a lot of wiki things. Like that's another thing. If I had the time to just do stuff to help, I could probably like fix a lot of wiki pages with information that's currently incorrect or missing or whatever. Because there's a lot of just assumptions. Because if you don't have access or don't bother trying to go through all these ridiculous files that I'm doing here, if you have to just try to do everything in game, it's incredibly time consuming to try to just do it all empirically. So like there's I don't blame people for thinking they know how a certain thing works or not knowing or whatever because they just tested it or something in game. And like I wouldn't call it an argument, but I had a small bit of friction earlier today actually on that same Discord because somebody was talking about asking some sort of question about they're trying to do the whole thing where you knock Alfira out before you rest with his Dark Urge so that she doesn't show up and gets replaced by Quill. And they're having some sort of problem with it. I don't know exactly. But I was kind of trying to help them, and someone was talking about this is some dialogue line. There might be a letter or something, maybe? There's a bunch of letters that don't show up properly in the game either. They exist, but they don't. Like I talked about the Gale ones in that video, but the epilogue letters in the chest, there's several that exist, but they don't show up properly. There's also some that seemingly do show up properly, but they're not on the wiki because it's like nobody ever did it. Like siding with Viconia, and handing over Shadowheart and all that. She sends you a letter. Siding with the Hag. Like letting her take Mayrina and killing what's her name, the kid's mother, Lorna or whatever it is. She sends you a letter like thanking you for giving her 2 new hag children. So the guy was talking about the discussion in the Discord was about long resting and how like different scenes can, like if you're trying to get a certain long rest scene, you might have to long rest first to get other things out of the way. And that comes down to there's a priority system. Every single night event is given a priority number that are in tiers essentially for how important they are, and then individual numbers within that. I wonder if I could find that real quick. I was just looking at it earlier today, but of course I forgot already. I think it's in Global Camp. I tried going to these URLs, and unfortunately, they some of them, that one actually might be there. There's certain ones that they have links to like Google Docs and stuff, but sadly, somehow I don't have access. I don't know why they didn't give me access. No, it's not in this one. I don't know where the hell that is. Nights, maybe Global Night Camp Nights. Where that actually did Quill reminds me. That was another thing that again probably no one ever noticed or cared. I knew the video, the whole Asylum thing I've known about for a long time. So I kept planning to make that video at some point, and so I kept putting like teasers of things from that into other videos. And so I actually put the very end of the Act 2 video, put the thing where you can talk to Quill. I moved her into the camp so it wouldn't look strange, but you can talk to her even if you're not Dark Urge. I just teleported her into the camp, and so that's what lets you say Ash. You can do it as any character, but it lets you pick from all the companion characters to say that's who you are in love with, and so you can say your own character if you're playing as a companion, as an origin, which I thought was funny. I showed in the what was that, in the Impossible video, either nobody noticed or nobody cared, but when I was talking about how when you kick Shadowheart out of the group, that she always says grumpy stuff because of which they've changed. Patch 7 actually put all those lines in now. The spot I chose to kick her out of the party was the character creation spot. And then I've shown the spot where Karlach's going to hell to fight imps epilogue scene happens is an actual spot on the map that you can actually walk around in. I don't know exactly why, but which I've since learned how to find all that stuff directly. At the time, I hadn't figured that out yet, and that was what was funny to me, that they you got to embrace the evil. You got to learn to play evil in any sort of game like that. You got to find the part of you that like enjoys doing good things in a game, like making people happy and everything, and you like flip that into the opposite, to where now you enjoy doing things that make people unhappy and doing bad things, and you gain that same you take on a persona where you enjoy evil things while you're playing, and so you seek out evil things. I was the same way long ago. It was the original Knights of the Old Republic. Had, of course, the whole light side, dark side options and all that. And my first playthrough, I was playing light-ish, mostly light sort of stuff, but not light every time just to be light, but mostly good. And so I was enjoying the game so much, and this is back when it came out on PC, so 2003, 2004, whatever it was. And that's too, you're right, I'll have to see every bit of content. So I was like, well, this is really cool. I'll try doing a dark side character. And I start the game, and I'm like, man, I don't like doing this, like being mean, especially because the early dark side choices are kind of, they're not really evil. They're just like, you're being a bully, like asking people for more money and stuff. It wasn't really that, I wasn't really liking it. So I'm like, I can't do this. And then you get to the Undercity area where you meet the outcasts who are down at the very bottom of the city and all that. And the whole thing where, I don't remember the names now, but the girl runs up to you and she's all welcoming you and telling those other guys to run off, and here's where we live, and showing you around, all this sort of stuff. And the good outcome is where you do all the stuff in the Undercity, and you find the whole thing about the I forget what it's called now, the Promised Land or whatever, where you save them all and they all go off the Promised Land. You're good and all that. So I'd already done that the first time. So I get to this part doing my dark side run, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do whatever the evil thing is. And the evil version is hilariously stupid. Like, you just sell them all out. You literally sell them out. You sell the information about where the Promised Land is to the shifty merchant guy. And the same girl that originally ran up to you all happy and greeting you and welcoming you to their little shanty town when you first go down there, she comes up to you all sad about, how could you do this to us? You're like, you've ruined our lives, all this, because now we can never get to the Promised Land. And this was the turning point. I had the reverse Grinch moment where my heart shrank 3 sizes. Like, I was like, this is so great. She's so sad. I ruined everything. Like, this is, it was so much better than the stuff before. I'm like, this is what I was looking for. Everybody hates me now because I'm so terrible. And so I got a Grinch grin on my face. And then I was dark side, no problem, from the rest of the game. So you got to just find that moment, find out how to enjoy terrible things in the game. It doesn't mean you want to do them in real life. Learn to embrace the characters being sad and all that. Because Dark Urge, there's a lot of like, just killing everybody is kind of a little bit more like, not as into like, just murder everybody is less interesting than like actually evil type of stuff. I went on so long about that, I forget what I was even looking at on any of this. Find my bearings. I already finished with that. Oh yeah, I was trying to find the tutorial asylum. Right, that's the thing. It's like all of it is ultimately terrible. It's like I would never want to do, any of those bad things to actual people. All right, so that was the thing where I think it's a role-playing game where it's like, sure, the first time I play games like that, it's like, yeah, I tend to usually first time to be not necessarily as good as absolutely possible, but it's sort of, good-ish at least. Certain games have sort of changed my mind, or I decide I want to play evil first, but rarely. The main example, I don't know how many random ass games mentioned, was Mass Effect. The original Mass Effect I plan to play it, good or whatever, Paragon sort of thing. And I don't even remember some relatively early line in the game. And since your character's voice acted there, I was opposed to like Baldur's Gate. Some line looked funny to me on the dialogue wheel for Renegade, and Jennifer Hale just nailed it as far as how she said it. It was like I was laughing at like however she said the line. I'm like, that's great. I'm going Renegade from now on. Like I just completely changed my entire path because I picked one line. I liked the way she said it, so I said, okay, Renegade from now on. Okay. Well, I was trying to find the. If I miss anything in text, it's because I'm old and blind and looking at text in a very tiny font on a tablet next to the computer, so I have to stare at it to read it. Okay. Somewhere in these tutorial goals. Yeah, I think that's part of why, like, I still kind of want to do Dark Urge if there ever comes a time where I can just play the game again, which is probably never going to happen, then still kind of want to do Dark Urge. But it's like the whole, like, the point being killing everybody is, like, less interesting to me as far as, like, evil stuff is more interesting to me than just, like, murder. Yeah, I never played. I tried to play Baldur's Gate 1 a long time ago, but it wasn't doing it for me. And then once I played Neverwinter Nights, I was corrupted because like Neverwinter Nights is D&D 3.0 and Baldur's Gate is 2.0, and 3.0 is like so much better as a video game version of D&D. Feats and all that like work so much better as like a video game mechanic than 2.0 did, and so like it's really hard to go back to 2.0 after I played Neverwinter Nights. Where the okay? It's pod to the pod. That's still probably not it. Okay, teleport Shadowheart to. I think that might be it. Whoops. There we go. So after like an hour, here's the disgusting brain asylum that I mentioned a long time ago. But there's nothing here. That's why I didn't. That's the reason I didn't bother. There's so little to actually show in the tutorial. That I didn't bother. I was like, I want to get to the good stuff faster and go straight to the Act 1. Like originally I had a bunch of other stuff and the asylum was like going to be middle of the video, and I was like, you know what, the asylum's like the most interesting thing, so I'm going to go start there. So yeah, so this is, they pretty much just use a texture or whatever that they happen to have handy or whatever, so this is the one they use. Technically where I'm standing the character, this is a spot that Shadowheart, like, I think she loads in here, but then she immediately teleports into her pod, so there's nothing to really see. Technically there's a trigger where I'm standing, you can see it in the toolkit, but there's nothing to see in the game. That was a mildly interesting thing that I would never bother mentioning in a video. Is it not letting me move? Oh, that's even weirder if this is doesn't have AI grid on. If I can't move, that's probably why. That was something that every time I switch characters when loading, it can cause the game to lock up, so I'm really hoping it doesn't happen while I'm streaming. This is the first time I ever found this before I actually knew what any of this really exactly what it was. When I was the first time I ever found it, this is what that save was. Because as time's gone on, I've learned more and more of these things, about how the game works. But originally, I was just brute forcing everything. I literally was just picking random coordinates, putting them into a cheat engine. This was before I did anything with the goals, files, and all that, and just teleporting around to random spots, hoping to find something, and stumbled onto the asylum. And the thing was, I had seen a video. This video was on my mind, trying not to copying it too much. There's a really popular channel with like 1 million subscribers that does videos about out of bounds stuff and all sorts of games. And he had made a video when the game first came out that was just flying the camera around, but he was kind of just showing it various random things, and he found this with the camera, but because it wasn't close enough, he wasn't actually in range to load these things, only to see it with the camera. So he could see the A, and I think the ladder might have shown up, or the bench might have shown up, but none of the characters did. So he, right, that's the thing. My thing was like, well, what can I offer that's different? And that is, well, I can find out what every single one of these things actually is. That's the difference. In his case, he didn't even see the characters because he was only moving the camera. He wasn't moving the characters around. Moving the party around. So he mentioned the A and stuff like that. Right, there is like some of them can be reached that way. So this one, I had found out how to, because of knowing where it was, I figured out where to do the fling from. But for myself, I didn't know. I only knew about the shadow boxing thing where you can send a corpse. But sending a corpse up here isn't helpful because when it's done in speed runs, usually the whole point is you send a corpse into a trigger and it triggers like a cutscene. That's the most common thing. That's why people call it shadow boxing, because they would kill Shadowheart at the very beginning and then fling her into the trigger for trying to go into the mountain pass, all that. And yeah, Chronos, right? So I was able to get, that's the out there in the distance. That's the swamp. This is where the hag swamp is. That's the real one. You can't quite see where the waypoint and stuff are, but that's where I was standing when I showed it in the video about how to fling it here. I just tried different spots until I knew it was over here. So I just tried different spots until I found it. But all I did was get a corpse here. I'm like, well, that doesn't help. I knew it worked because I could just teleport over here and see the crate. But so I asked in the speedrunning Discord if there's a way to get to an arbitrary point you flung to with a living character. And somebody had a method that involves the monk ability where they teleport to a target, but you have to be level 11 for that. I'm like, well, it's not. I want to say this in the video, like, here's something you could actually do. Nobody's going to be in Act 1 at level 11. So I need something better than that. So I said, is there any way to do it at an earlier level? And it was Ogum. I don't know how he pronounces his name, but he's like a really important guy in the whole Larian speedrunning thing. Like, he created a tool specifically meant to find flinging locations and stuff like that for Divinity Original Sin 2 and for Baldur's Gate 3 and stuff like that. And he was the one that actually answered my question. He said I knew about flinging, I knew about kidnapping, but I didn't know you could combine them like that. And the whole thing where you save and reload and you'll appear in the spot. So he told me about that, and that's how I knew to do it that way for the video. So the one like May shows up because getting to this one is not actually useful in a speed run. So there's been no reason to bother trying to get here. From the speedrun Discord is dedicated to people that are trying to find ways to do faster. So certain things get talked about a lot, and other things aren't, because nobody cares about getting to Act 1 Asylum because it doesn't speed anything up. The Kresh Asylum, as far as I can tell, there's no way to fling to it because there's stuff nearby. I think one of the camps at least is near, and the Blood of Lathander chamber is nearby. But there's stuff in the way. You can't fling things through walls, even if they're not terrain. But yeah, the method that is used for speedrunning stuff that May showed in the Games on Quick thing was the whole reverse pickpocketing a corpse thing, which apparently used to be doable to reach the Kresh Asylum because, and this is sort of semi-assumption, I could maybe confirm if I went into the old goals, but there's still 2 triggers in that asylum. Again, triggers are invisible in the game, so you don't see them unless you load it up in the toolkit, or teleport to the location. You know that there is something there. But there's 2 different Vlaakith triggers, but they're not actually used. She's not standing on either of them. She doesn't teleport anywhere. So I think he said that he used to be able to. I got a comment recently. It'd be funny if whoever made the comment is in the chat right now, because I don't remember the name. But I read every single comment I get, even the stupid ones. I try to respond as much as I can, but not to say this was stupid. It was perfectly fine. It was actually not stupid at all. I was really glad to get it. Talking about how there was a way to get there. I think it might have been the guy from the speedrun. Because it used to be that when you talk to Vlaakith in the Planecaster scene, she was like teleported nearby or whatever, and you got the ability to trade with her in the dialogue, like you often can. Various characters, a little trade icon pops up at the bottom left, and so you could you could sell her a corpse, and then do the whole corpse swapping trick thing. When she would teleport back to the asylum. But the way that it works now is that she doesn't move anywhere at all. She just stays up there. They can set, one of the things that's done for asylum dialogue stuff is custom dialogue range, where they can set how far away a character can speak, and you can set the number to anything. So they'll set it to something like 5,000 meters. And that means you can talk to the character from basically anywhere on the map. Not technically everywhere, but but they can set a larger number or whatever. So that's what they do for Vlaakith now. She doesn't go anywhere. She talks to you from the asylum. Yeah. That was the thing that I wanted to, because that was part of the thing to show off that version of Vlaakith in the asylum is the actual one you're talking to, because that's the real Vlaakith. It's not any sort of, that same Vlaakith carries on into the future acts and everything. She's just standing around there. So if you disguise her as somebody else, that's who will show up in the Planecaster with glowing yellow eyes and the whole works. So that's how I made the thumbnail for the Isabel Silence video. I made 2 different thumbnails. I liked the other one first better, but YouTube tells me that the Vlaakith one gets better clicks. I did the same trick basically. But yeah, that's Volo. I literally sat. This is the sort of stuff I spend time on for videos. I sat there going, what's the funniest character that I can replace Vlaakith with and have him show up big in a Planecaster? And it has to be somebody that's I can load into that map, so they have to be like a global character or somebody who's, and the Kresh doesn't have a lot of characters that are dedicated to there. So it needs to be a global character basically, and it needs to be as funny as I can make it. And Volo won. I tried turning it into Tara, but the camera angles don't work. Like you can almost never see her. It's just empty. Like you can kind of get a glimpse of the top of her cat head every now and then, but unfortunately the camera angles are designed for humanoids. So Volo won, the funniest option. So one of the things I wanted to show that I only sort of recently discovered because of toolkit related stuff that's interesting to me and barely matters. You can't jump off of this to your death. Like in lots of other places. The reason you can't is because chasms that you fall into and die, or can throw enemies into and die or whatever, are a specific thing you have to actually add to the map. It's part of the AI grid system. So if there's literally nothing there, like the void, there's nothing there. The game doesn't treat it as a whole. It treats it as nothing. So you can't walk off the side. You can't, it stops the camera from moving. It's considered a boundary. This is me pushing right on the camera. It won't move. And you can't jump off because there's literally nothing there at all. So it doesn't understand that it's supposed to be a hole, even though it looks like it. Omelum I could have done. Glut, I don't think so, because I think Glut is only in Act 1. Basically anything that involves someone falling into a hole and dying, chasms, there has to be a chasm there. It has to actually be put there. So there's certain spots that don't get treated as chasms. Most of the time it does. It also bugs me. There was something I was going to put in the video that I couldn't do very well. That's in the Grimforge. I wonder if I can... I think I may have that written down. There's more cool stuff in the Grimforge, more Char stuff that's all way off in the background. Here's my script. This is super exciting. My script for the Asylum video. Where did I put? Somewhere. I'm trying to find a good way to show that off. Text events are basically developer things. They just put into the goals to let you do sometimes elaborate, like automatic things to specifically trigger certain things that speed things way up. Where if again in the Asylum video when I was talking about Gerson the Bent, how he's meant to create a little dialogue to distract you from the tieflings all teleporting around. No, you just float there. That's the thing. You just float. Any place there's no AI grid, if you teleport yourself to that spot, you'll just float. You can set yourself to whatever height you want. I could even show that. If I tried to set myself above the asylum, so this counts as valid ground, the teleporting has a list of modifications you can do as far as what you want to happen, things like automatically ending combat, and one of them is snap to ground. If that is turned on, you'll automatically, no matter what height, if I set myself 100 meters above the asylum and teleport to that spot with snap to ground turned on, I'll just be on the ground. If I turn that off, I'll fall that 100 meters down and die from falling damage. If there's no AI grid to tell the game that there's a ground there. So let's find out where I currently am. And if I want to go off this direction, that is increasing the Y value. Okay. So I'm going to set something higher, let's say 60, and then set myself much higher, let's say 60. And I have this hotkey for videos. Now I'm up here. That is what I did in the... Thank you for watching it. The intro of the Asylum video was over in this direction, over here, floating out like this. And I just spin the camera around. And that was how so you can see when you're this sort of distance away, which is what happened in that boundary break video, you see you can see the bench, you can see the ladders, but you can't see anything else. And so that was the thing that in that video, yes, that's exactly what I was talking about, the part in Grimforge. I wanted to show that in the video. The problem is, unlike the Shar Temple area that I did show, for that, there is an area of chasm between, like if you jump off the top there, you'll die. There's a chasm area between the place you're supposed to be able to go, where the Vista area, as it's called, where that platform is supposed to be. There's a chasm that separates that from the Shar Temple area. But then if you get past that chasm by teleporting, you can move around, you can move the camera around, you can stand, quote unquote, in the Shar Temple, because there's no AI grid, there's nothing there. So I picked heights to make it look like you're standing on the ground where I could, because I wanted to look better for the video. But I tried to do that same thing for, this is what I was looking here to see if I still have the location written down. There is, here's my fascinating notes, all the stuff that, again, this is this phase of the process where I'm putting all this stuff down. This is what that was for the Act 1. And I wrote it down somewhere. Maybe I might have deleted it when I just, oh, maybe it's in this list. Okay, here we go. Okay. This particular thing in Cheat Engine I set a hotkey for so I could record myself teleporting around for videos. The thing is, if you teleport past a certain distance, the screen blacks out. So that's why some of the times in the video I jumped multiple times, because I need to if each jump is within that minimum or maximum range, the screen won't black out, so I can show where I moved to, which I tried to do, like when I showed private camp rooms and stuff like that. Right, okay. So this area way off in the distance, you can even see the chasm thing on the mouse cursor. That's part of the problem. I can get down there, sort of. Over here, no, all of this is actually chasm. Like, the thing is, all this whole open area here, all this cool looking stuff, all of this has a giant AI grid chasm over it. So if I can't move around in this area, all this cool stuff I would like to show this, I can't. All of this is chasm. So if I was just using a camera mod and move the camera around, yes, I could. But that was part of one of the things I wanted to do differently with this video compared to other videos that involved moving the camera out of bounds. I was like, hey, I can show you what happens if you actually go there in the game with these spots. But yeah, that's the one that I showed in the video that you actually can go to. Because there's a chasm in the way, but you can yeah, I didn't notice this till I was looking around in the toolkit for stuff. So there are two main problems. First of all, most of this is chasm. I tried to go over here and I just kept dying. This down here, sort of, you can go there. I can actually show now. I cut this from a video because I didn't think it looked very good. I think it's probably the same. This is still saved to the correct location. I don't remember because, again, I stopped in the middle of this one. So hopefully this will work. Okay, this is what's up there that we saw from way up there. So there's two problems. One is that the lighting isn't correct here. So it looks all boring and flat. The lighting looks really lame. Up there, it looks really cool, all dark and stuff. But when you're actually here, it was like, Like, at the time I didn't have this camera, I forget what it's called. There's the mod that lets you move the camera around more. I didn't have this installed at the time. So I was only the regular height. I can only get to like this. And I was like, maybe if I had this installed, I might have done it because you could show it off. But it still doesn't look great because of the lighting. It was sort of bleh. You can't sit on these benches. Any objects, if there's no AI grid, even if you're right next to something, it'll still tell you can't interact with it because the game checks for that surface to determine all distances from everything. So if there's no AI grid that you can move on, even if you're right next to something, the game doesn't care. But in this case, the reason the place I'm standing here right now is highly specific. I actually picked it on accident the first time I was testing this, and it took me a little bit to figure out what the problem was. Every spot in this whole area, you can see it here. See how it says chasm here? These little strips of metal, these you can stand on. There is an AI grid for the spot. It's just set to can't move. There's basically AI grid is multiple stats. It's not there at all, or you can move or you can't move. So if there's an AI grid but you set to can't move, you'll actually snap to the ground, and but you can't go anywhere. So in the toolkit, each of these little strips of metal is red AI grid on it. All the other ones don't. So if I stand anywhere, if I try to teleport anywhere that isn't right onto these little bars, I'll die to chasm because there's actually chasm here. These spots, it said, look, again, it looks like a floor, but if I try to go to these spots, all of this is chasm. All this will kill me if I try to go there, except for these bars. So it's very strange what they bother trying to do because so many areas that you're not meant to go have no AI grid at all. But for whatever reason, this whole area is just full of chasm everywhere. So all these things that look like you could walk on them or whatever, not only can you not walk on them, but it's all chasm. The toolkit is just this gigantic sea of green. Green is the color for AI grid. That's walkable, but it's walkable chasm, so you die. So it looks really cool from this angle with all this cool lighting, but if you actually go here, the lighting, it changes and it looks bad. So I was like, all those things combined, I was like, I'm not going to bother including it because there's not much to show. This sort of thing where I'm rambling random stuff, it works. But in the video, I was like, I need to get to the point. So I'm not going to put that in. Yeah, somebody was talking about, yeah, the other spot I did show in the video of someone, again, if another person who didn't see the Asylum videos watching this, they should totally go watch that video. I'm sure you'll clearly watch it several times. This is the, again, same thing. This is where you're supposed to be able to go. So this is the place past Nier's door. He's still in there right now, I think, on this save file. I can't talk as it's dark, but yeah, the doors are still closed. Yeah, Cayman. So Nier's in this room right now. You can unlock the door behind him and sneak up on him. And here's that platform. Again, I got one comment that might be the answer to what's going on with this stupid platform. And again, I just assuming anyone watching this right now watched the Asylum video. This weird platform, this is the thing that for some reason is in the Asylum. But the deal is when I was trying to test it, I kept checking save files that I had, where every time it was always here, and then on the newer ones, it was always in the Asylum. I have a save file, the will save file, that's at the it's very, very early. I just finished the tutorial, I walked around, I gathered all the party members that are in the early crash area. And that's all I had done. I hadn't even triggered the Grove Goblin fight. And on that save, it's already here. But on a save that's in the same part, a new save, it was in the Asylum. And I didn't even think about it. But what somebody suggested that I think may be the case is that they actually, it's because those save files are on older patches. And so in some patch, 6 or 7 or whatever, they, whatever reason, decided to yank this platform out of here and put it in the Asylum. Somebody suggested they thought it might have been because people thought they could jump there, and they kept dying or whatever because trying to jump to it because it looks like you should be able to jump there. And so they did that to not confuse people. It's literally called a Char Vista is the name of the platform or whatever. This whole area has a bunch of triggers that have Vista in the name. It was definitely meant to be here. But so yeah, so down there, there's chasm in the way right here. If I try to teleport to this bridge here, it's all chasm. I'll just die. But as I did in the video, if you go far enough past that, then you can get past the chasm. I can still show what's on that bridge. I'm moving the camera around. And here the lighting actually looks the same, so that was part of the reason I put this part in the video, because it looks cool, as opposed to the other place where the lighting is screwed up. There's certain ones you can stand like like weird spots will have pieces of AI grid that are unmovable. And generally this place is AI grid free, so again, you can't walk at all. There's nothing particularly up here. If in the toolkit, of course, all of this is totally visible. Which I'm losing track of where I am because it's so dark. There's nothing really past that. I think that there's maybe another one of the... It's going super slow trying to get out of the wall. I think there may be another one of the sarcophaguses like over here up those stairs, I think. But there's nothing super interesting to see. The other spot I showed kind of fast, that's the thing, I never sure in a video like how long I should linger on anything before people get bored and click off the video. That was part of my thing actually with the private camp rooms. I planned to show, like, I recorded like footage of all the private camp rooms, and I was gonna like show those, but I'm like, if I just put in long chunk of the video where I'm just spinning the camera around, people would get really bored, so I barely showed anything. Theoretically, yes, sort of. To answer the question about being walkable, I haven't actually tried it exactly. And to do anything that changes these levels, you would need well, you can make copies, I guess, even in the radio toolkit. I forget. I haven't tried to do. That's really not my kind of thing. Like modding stuff, like all the stuff most people associate with modding, is the stuff I don't do. Like I don't graphics mods, adding new spells, all that sort of stuff like that. None of that really interests me. And so like creating levels, I can't do that. I'm not creative at all. For that sort of stuff, I can't do that at all. So I haven't looked into it much, but there is a function. The AI grid is this thing where you can tell the engine to the toolkit to like try to find surface in whatever area you're doing it in. And in theory, you could apply an AI grid to these areas that don't have one and make that into a place you could walk around in or whatever. Like, it's just, that's kind of far outside what I've tried to do. I mostly have only used the toolkit for finding stuff, because it speeds that process up dramatically compared to the way I was doing it before. That's another goofy thing I could mention. I almost tried to put something in the video about it, but I couldn't really think of a good way to do it. This camera mod is, I'm not used to, I only installed this camera mod recently, so it's still throwing me off. Where's a good place to show that? I'm trying to keep track of. Yeah, there's a lot of weird EA stuff. Again, I wish I had the files for that I could dig around. I wish I could have the whole install or whatever I could mess around with, but I've heard that Steam you actually can go back to earlier versions, but GOG does not let you do that. So I mentioned that I originally found that one Asylum by just brute forcing, by stumbling onto it, but I later then started to find out where you can actually find where things are to teleport directly to certain specific things. And that's part of like how you find asylums, by doing that. But then there are also other places I wanted to know, stuff like the cinematic areas, where those were, because they can be anywhere and there's nothing there because there's no objects there. So I kept trying to find those through various means. And at some point, I had, where is it? I had actually found, and this is the thing, it makes me think of the movie Contact, where, what am I looking for? Sure, pick anyone. Where Ellie's trying to figure out the prime or the primer or whatever for how to assemble the machine. And she can't figure it out because she doesn't think she has the right numbers or whatever it is. And I had found the files that had this in it, positions, and has these 3 apparently coordinates. In Cheat Engine, which is all I had been using up to that point, at the time, this was months ago when I was looking into this, I hadn't started doing as much Osiris stuff. I didn't know all the stuff as well as I know it now. And so the only teleporting stuff I always just use Cheat Engine for. The way Cheat Engine is set up for this built-in to do its teleport is it says X, Y, and Z coordinates. And the reason they're laid out like this and called that is because on the mini-map in-game, it says X and Y, because that makes sense on a 2D map. So I assumed, okay, X, Y, Z, just like it says here in Cheat Engine, but no. And so I tried to go to these coordinates based on this and punched into Cheat Engine. I end up in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm wrong. These aren't what I thought they were. But then the contact moment where it reveals that she wasn't thinking 3-dimensionally enough. This is internally, this is the Y coordinate. The height is the Y coordinate. This is the Z coordinate, which is the distance. So Cheat Engine, on the mini-map, this Z coordinate gets labeled as Y. So this is your mini-map coordinates, 843 minus 843 and minus 225. This never shows up because your height isn't on the mini-map. So the order was flipped. Once I figured that out, this was the skeleton key I've been looking for all this time, was every single object, location, and everything in the game has this position data in these files, so I could go anywhere I want. And once I did that, wrong file. I am in Act 1, so let's find one for Act 1. Gustav. A lot of Act 1 stuff isn't Gustav because it was in early access. There's one. Dream scene date. Okay, so yeah, here's the location specifically for the cinematics for the dream scenes with Daisy. And so it turns out this was actually, I got to flip the order of the coordinates. I'm going to find a place I can do that somewhere. I'm going to swap these. I'll just put it at 10. Right. Teleport to this location. Do, 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 do. And I'm off in the middle of nowhere. Because, well, that's another thing I didn't explain. This is actually the Astarion / someone told me this is the thing I didn't know. I'm glad someone commented. This is apparently where Gale's romance was in Act 1 in Early Access. That's why the blanket here all looks kind of like his Act 2 stuff in the game, and why you can walk around. I did not know that. That I learned from comments. These trees are the one that Astarion comes out. The reason it put me here is because this is so nerdy, no one probably cares. Those location information, there's basically two numbers. There's where the level template itself is, which is the entire thing. And then objects and other individual things have their own additional coordinates that are an offset from the other one, a transformation as they call it. So if I were to find, this is the sort of thing I do behind the scenes, is the stuff I'm doing right now. This is, again, the stuff that nobody sees, the stuff that I try to hide all the super nerdy stuff from the videos. To figure out what that was. So I know that the level template is this. So knowing to look for that, look for a level that looks like that. Let's see. Where is it labeled? It's somewhere. No, is it? ELTs are platforms. Work atmosphere. Where the hell? Found the damn thing before, I think. How did I find that toolkit? Well, I'm gonna cheat. I found this originally was to find inside level templates. You can find any object that's in the environment, and that will have a additional set of coordinates that are the offset from the base coordinate that I just teleported to. And if I can find it in the list. There we go. You can kind of see that it's sort of nearby to the same place. If it went to my current position. Yeah. Yeah, this is where the early access dream scenes took place, which are no longer in the game. Even the dialogue is all gone. Like that's the thing, a lot of early access stuff, like it's just still there, the stuff that's still in the game, and there's unfinished things that are still in the dialogue files and everything. But the original Daisy dream scenes are like just wiped from reality. Like all the dialogue, it's really easy to just find a line in a video and search for that line in the dialogue files, and there's nowhere to be found. But this little spot, I'm floating above it, but this spot is where you're lying in the grass with the original Dream Visitor. Roof of the Nautiloid. There's a couple Nautiloid things in Act 1 that I thought about showing and didn't end up doing. Let's see. See if this works first. Check this if this hotkey works properly. Okay, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute and see if I can run an ad while I'm doing that. Wait, she is torturing her parents? I'm very glad you mentioned that because I've been researching that for the Act 2 video. I wish I could see all those things. Is there any visual evidence of that anywhere? That was one of the main things I've been looking into for this asylum. Is Shadowheart's family members, including her sister. There's the only thing left is timeline file for the scene of descending when you ride the elevator from the mausoleum down into the Shar temple. That scene now is nothing. You just ride the elevator. Nothing happens. But apparently it was very barely mentioned in traces in the files that riding the elevator scene is designed to include Shadowhearts, her sister, her mother, and the Mother Superior. And I tried a couple tricks to see if I could, any way I could cut something to happen, but no. Like because I still don't understand how it just ignores that for the timeline file, because there's still the same scene is under the same name that it runs now when you go down the elevator. But I tried moving the family members onto the elevator into the trigger to see if that could get them. I tried forcing the trigger to register the character, and it was a dud. So yeah, it won't. Whatever the scene was is not there anymore. The scene, whatever the father and torture were supposed to be. I'm giving away secrets that are going to be in the Act 2 video. Well, not that secret, I guess, because that's the thing. Someone just said that apparently they knew about it from early access. I can actually see any of this. All I can see is the tiny little traces of it in the files. The father and torturer, they're completely gone. Like there's nothing in the files at all. The only reference at all to you gotta hook me up with whatever you got on this, Mr. Watt, Mr. Mrs. Mr. Ms. Madam Sir Watt. Because right now, again, all I have is what I can find in the files or find elsewhere. So the father and torturer characters, their only references at all is that they exist in the level and their appearance like data, but there's no other trace of anything about them at all. None of these characters are referenced in any sort of goals. And the only evidence at all is that is this descending into the temple scene as reference to the characters, but that's it. There's timeline. They're listed as actors in the timeline, but there's no information about what they did or anything. There's no dialogue that I could find, nothing like that. Yeah, see, you're seeing scenes. The self-same trial is called mental torture trial in the files. Just inside the door to the self-same trial, like after you start the trial, so past the Shar statue, the next door where you actually go into the main room, there is a trigger there that is called torture VB is voice bark, which is when people say stuff with subtitles above their heads, that's triggered by something, it's called a voice bark. Now you know. And there's one there, but nothing triggers from it anymore. There's no dialogue that happens in the game. And one of the things you can see when looking in the files and looking in the toolkit is what they call layers, which is supposed to be organization for various things in the map. It's not always perfect. There's lots of human error where they clearly put something in the wrong layer. Like it happens all the time, but a lot of the time you can learn things from that. And so that was part of my tiny bits of clues I tried to figure out, is that voice bark box trigger about torture. It's in the self-same thing. Isn't referenced anymore. Nothing fires from it, but Shadowheart has their own dedicated layer inside the Shar Temple, and that has a few things, including stuff about the family members and some of these triggers. And so that the idea that it gives me, not knowing, is that she may have said something. She may have had some sort of line about it, reminding her of the torture with her parents or her family or whatever. Because there's also this thing about a torture dream that triggers way off the side of the map in the Shar Temple. You can't actually get there. Well, I mean, you can teleport there, but that's part of the thing. That was something I was musing, that the races are swapped for the father and mother. It's also funny that the sister, the torturer, and the Mother Superior all have goofy placeholder names, like Eclipse Kidney and Umbral Spleen. But the mother and father have normal names, but not the names they actually have in the finished game. You're teasing me here, Watt. You gotta give me access to this information. And her sister is just where is she? Is human, not a half-elf. So it would have to be her non-half-elf half-sister. Yeah, this is the reason this particular section has a lot more text than others, because this is something I found very interesting. I almost mentioned it as like a little teaser in the end of the Act 1 video to say, hey, here's something in Act 2, but I was like, it's probably just going to take me a while to make this video, so I don't want to put a teaser, and then it's like, people are like, oh, I can't wait to see that, and get it done for another month. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I was still here. I put the thing about Down by the River, and I have no idea. I've read people say that since in early access, from what I understand from the dream scenes and stuff, the Daisy used to be a totally different thing that made a lot more sense, as far as maybe it was the tadpole, like, making you imagine these things or whatever, and not the complete nonsense they got made up for the release game, where it's actually a mind flayer who's actually Balderon. That's not fan fiction-y nonsense. Who, in the early parts of the game, when it was clearly from early access, all the characters in the camp all talk about how they all visited by a dreamer that all sort of represents their desires. And then mysteriously, once the Emperor is revealed later in the game, he only talks directly to your main character from that point on, and never to any of the other companions again. It's almost like they completely changed their mind halfway through development. But because of that, there's much more like of a sort of this Act 3. About an hour and a half ago or something, 2 hours ago, I answered the Act 3 sort of question, Act 3 guide. The answer to the Act 3 guide is that I'm not like ruling it out as something I'll do, but the time and work spent to result ratio is not good for those guides. Act 2 really proved that to me, where it's just, the deal is what makes a good guide, as far as YouTube is concerned, like isn't good for YouTube purposes. So the first video, I just threw it together. I actually kind of cringed at a lot of the stuff in the first video because I did it so, rushed through so much of it. And that only took me a few weeks to put together, and a lot of it was stuff I just kind of already knew and picked up from playing. So a lot of it wasn't very, it was just like, it literally was, I saw questions asked, I'd see questions on places like Reddit or on YouTube comments or whatever, people saying there are certain things they had trouble with. And I was like, okay, I don't see a video that's like addressing that. It's just everything is either not answered or it's answered one post at a time, and so people keep asking the same questions. So I was like, well, I could like make a video. All the videos that I saw about honor mode were all like, at least at the time, because this was back in at the end of December were all general type things. Like, here's powerful builds you can use. Here's tips like, make sure you prepare for fights and, start fights from stealth. And of course, lots of stuff about using barrels. Like every fight, just use barrels. And I was like, well, all that's been said. Like, so I'm going to, can I make something that's like answer people's frequently die honor mode problem spots and talk a bit about some things you can do that aren't just blow everything up with barrels. So Act 1 was kind of just stuff that I threw together like that. A lot of it wasn't even stuff that I originally came up with on my own. It was things I picked up here and there. Some of it was my own stuff. I did some testing, but it was fairly quick. So when that video was surprisingly successful, I said, okay, I gotta do more of this. And so knowing that, I'm like, oh, people want to see more. Okay. So Act 2 is a logical thing to do. And this time I'm going to do it right. I'm going to, not only am I going to cover like everything in Act 2, because I'm going to be much more thorough than I was in Act 1, where I skipped some things. People asked for, I didn't cover the Knoll fight with Flynn. I didn't cover, I don't know, some of the other, there's a bunch of fights that theoretically some of them I had trouble with, but I just was literally just trying to answer questions I'd seen people have online and a few other things that I thought were interesting. And the whole thing with honor mode is, if it's not honor mode, a guy like that doesn't matter, because you just reload. Who cares? Who cares if your rolls are bad? Who cares about any of that? Because you can just reload. So it only matters in honor mode. That's why I presented it as an honor mode guide. So for Act 2, I'm like, I'm going to, not only am I going to be thorough, my goal when making Act 2 was, I want to come up with totally new strategies. Not everything's not totally new, but I want to like really dig into every single part of Act 2 and try to come up with strategies that nobody's ever done, but that they're not common, that even the speedrunners that I see, or challenge runners, not speedrunners, but like people doing solo challenges and stuff, even they're not using. Like, I'm going to come up with new stuff. First video was a lot of stuff I wasn't original. I'm going to try to come up with as much original stuff as I possibly can. I'm going to cover every single part of the act. I'm going to try to make it as thorough as I possibly can. And I did all those things. It took me 3 months. 2 months of playing the game. I spent a week in Moonrise Towers. That's an example. I spent 7 straight days, several hours a day in Moonrise Towers. That's an example of that sort of thoroughness I was trying to do. So I did all that. I make a 90-minute video to cover everything. But when someone who's looking for a guide goes and finds this video, they go, okay, I have trouble with the House and Portal fight and Merkel. That's what I need help with. So I'm going to skip all of this other stuff that you spent weeks on, and just watch the Portal fight and Merkel fight. Great. That helped me on both those fights. Thank you very much for your great guide. But they watched like 9 minutes out of 90 minutes. YouTube sees that and goes, well, they're not very satisfied by your video because they only watched a few minutes out of the whole thing. So clearly your video isn't really that great. People are watching it for a while. The average is like 17 minutes. So YouTube goes, well, that's okay. We like the fact people watch 17 minutes, but 17 minutes out of 90 minutes isn't great. So we're gonna kind of show this video to people, but not a lot. And so it was, those sort of videos don't work as well as YouTube projects. And all that is to say, I want to do Act 3 if I can find the time to do it at some point, but I am, without getting into all the gory details, I'm unfortunately find myself in a position where I need to try to think about return on investment of time versus dollar signs. And if I make an Act 3 guide, it will take me a long time if I want to do it well. And it will probably get even less views than the Act 2 guide did, because that's another trend that I'm concerned about for the Act 2 Asylum guide. Is pretty much every time on YouTube people make Baldur's Gate 3 videos, if they do Act 1 and then Act 2 and then Act 3, each video gets less views than the one before. So for the Honor guide, it would probably be the same sort of thing, and so I'd spend a long time making it really good as best I could, and then it won't get a lot of views, and people will like it, but it won't make a lot of return for the time I will spend on it. So at some point, I'd like to if I feel I can work it into my schedule or whatever. But for the moment, it's not immediately the next thing I plan to work on. So there's a very long answer to your question. Which I've been missing all sorts of conversation while I was staring off and talking about that. And yeah, I have notes. Again, this is why these tabs are in chronological order. This is why Act 3 is all the way to the left, because I had literally started working on it when I uploaded the Night Song Points video, going, okay, I did that, now I'm going to work on Act 3 guide, and the Night Song Points video exploded, and I went, oh, okay, that took me like 2 weeks to make instead of 3 months, so maybe I'll do more like that. And so I have kind of pivoted for now. So I have a few save files that are Act 3 things. I started working on Act 3. So Circus and Caress Caress and some answer related things. That's the thing. I did at least learn the lesson that if and when I do Act 3, I'm not going to try to do the way I did Act 2, both because Act 3 is just such a scattered mess. There's no way I could possibly do. And because there's so much random stuff. So I basically I will try to target like the difficult fights and whatnot. The thing I keep thinking of that's not probably what you're really asking at all. This is a completely random thing that I stumbled onto that I figure is going to go in. At some point, I'm also I'm working on the where did it go? Stuff about the other companions, like Shadowheart and Gale got their own dedicated videos. Because their stuff is so complex. So I was putting down notes and stuff to try to make stuff about other characters and other questions people had asked. I probably at some point should make like a community post or something to ask people like to actually tell me questions they have about how things work with the other companions or whatever, so I can like have a list of questions to answer. Because right now it's just kind of random stuff. A bunch of people asked me, but why Jaheira sometimes calls you Cub? So that was, I got that question like 3 or 4 times. So I'm like, that's on the list. This is probably the most common one is, why does Astarion sometimes not ascend without you having to persuade him? And the answer, as far as I can tell, is very simple. And that's just, he always wants to if he can, but if you screw up the ritual by killing one of the other vampires, he can't. That's the answer. People all want it to be something more complicated than that, but I'm pretty sure it's not, as far as I can tell. But I hadn't fully dug into every single detail of it yet, but upon quick looks and tests, that appears to be the only answer. But there's something that I thought was funny for Karlach, and that is, she has a thing where you can talk about trying to find a way to cool her down for her little romance thing so you can kiss her or whatever. And there's various things you can do to try where she says, oh, well, let's see if that worked. And you can try to kiss her. Probably the most common thing is to just drop water on top of her. That's what I did when I just played. And here, this is the list of things that work for cooling her off. So one of them is wet, which is a common one. If you have a potion of resist fire on, that works. If you hit her with sleet storm, that works. If you have fire shield chill on, which the spell, that works. And then there's this is specifically statuses. Yeah, I think there's other things you can do, like hit her or whatever, but this is your personal statuses that count, whatever. And one of them is crystal skin. And I was like, what the hell is that? All these other ones are really obvious. And so I dug around a little and figured out crystal skin is what you get if you bust one of these attuned crystals. I'd probably miss it. It's sturdy. That's probably the problem. I hit it with something better. All right, someone who can punch it. Come here, Karlach. This is crystal skin. So her act one romance cooling down for you, blah, 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 scene in camp. One of the statuses you can have that the game specifically checks for to allow you to kiss her is this from busting a crystal and answers layer. It doesn't come from anywhere else. I checked. But it's in the list. Somebody bothered to add that to the list. of conditions your character can have that make you protected from fire enough to give a smooch to Karlach. That's on the list. So I thought that was hilarious. Well, perhaps that's too strong a word, but I thought it was ridiculous. It's probably not what someone was talking about. Oh, secret things. One of the things that is on the list to put in the guide, it's small, but again, so I have no idea how much it'll help. There's certain things that, again, help. That was another thing I think I learned from the Act 2 guide was, thank you for watching it. But yeah, there's definitely things that seem like they're just human copy and pasting things in the goals. The parent points is the number one on that list that I'm aware of. Where I didn't even really think about it when I was first talking about parent point stuff when I made the video, and then I was looking at it in patch 7 to see if they fixed it, which of course they didn't fix it. It started to become really obvious that someone just copy and pasted the Night Song point block of code for parent points, adjusted the things that forgot to change Night Song points to parent points. Because the reason it says and not, it isn't any sort of weird, like in the video I was like, maybe they accidentally wrote not or blah, blah, blah. I was still thinking it was intentional that they were interacting with Night Song points. But once I looked at it again after patch 7, I'm now pretty much convinced that no, it's not supposed to interact with Night Song points in any way. I forget exactly which goal it's in. Maybe here. Has enough points here. I think it's her other freaking. Is it here? Oh, Wolf Dream. Shadowheart's complicated. No, oh no, okay, yeah, this is the Night Song points block, which is really simple. When the counter increases for Night Song points, and that value is equal to 4, and this is the key thing, and the database does not already have a global flag set for you having enough points, then set it to have enough points. So Night Song points works correctly. It's as simple as that. When your Night Song points counter increases, if it's 4 and you don't have the flag already set, turn it on. Simple as that. So if we go and if you scroll down a bit in this goal file, in the toolkit, it looks very much like this. It's not a text editor, but it mostly looks the same as it does here in the text editor. You manipulate it the same way with text. There's nothing fancy. The other things are fancy. The dialogue editor is little boxes and nodes and everything, but the story editor, the goals are edited just like this. So we go down to the parent points region, and here it says when the counter increases for parent points and that value is equal to 2, and not Night Song points has enough points, this is supposed to say and not parent points has enough points. But because up here it looks exactly the same, counter increased, value, not flag, set the flag. And I guarantee you somebody copied the Night Song code, pasted it down here, and forgot to change the Night Song points to parent points. And that is why parent points are bugged in the game. Or if you get too many Night Song points, you can no longer get the flag for having enough parent points. Because somebody copied and pasted and didn't fix it. I guarantee you that's what happened. Because I didn't notice that when I was making that video, but I looked at it again, I'm like, they look exactly the same otherwise. So this is what I was saying. If I could just take this file, make that fix, and say, hey, everybody, take this text file and stick it in your mods folder, and it'll fix it, I would do it. But that doesn't work, even though it works for stuff like dialogue files. For whatever reason, you can't just put individual goals in place and have it integrate them into the game. So it may be possible to compile it into an entire story file, but that's, as I said a long time ago, even if that works, which I haven't been able to confirm yet, that file is much larger, and telling people, oh, here, replace your entire story file is less of a convenient thing to do. So if it's fixable, it'll be fixable with Lua through script extender. But being able to do a mod that doesn't require someone to have script extender installed would be nice, and I don't want to have to learn Lua. Or if I learned Lua for some decent reason. Anything else? Right. That's the thing. There's probably plenty of other things in here. That's some of the main stuff that I noticed myself. Then the funny thing is I can fix the ones that involve the dialogue files with a simple file replace. So like, do I still have it in here? Yeah, like Night Song. This, as an example, is complicated enough for it still would be a little bit annoying to try to do. But I theoretically could fix the problem where, but most people you probably never encountered this, but I mentioned it in the Shadowheart, the Night Song point video. If you, and this is again where I said it seems like it's got to be a mistake on Larian's part. This is the thing: if you have enough Night Song points, and you have over 20 approval, this is when she will ask you what she should. Shadowheart will ask you what she should do about Night Song. Now, you get the same like outcomes and stuff, but this is where she asks you that specifically. This is why I said in the video that it softens her attitude, because she'll like ask you, oh, what should I do? They really should have been called like Shard Doubt points, not Night Song points. I think that would have cleared a lot of confusion up. I had a line about that in my original script for that video, but I didn't. I cut it because like really the points are more about her like attitude about Shar in general. Not Night Song, but someone happened to name it Night Song points. And when the mark, oh yeah. And because of that, well, I called it in the video, but people zeroed in on Night Song and they thought it was a video about sparing Night Song. But so the, this thing about where it changes what she says requires 20 approval, not 40, and has enough Night Song points. If you have lower than 20, I think it just skips over this and you go to the regular sort of stuff. And that leads to certain options. One of them is if you, from that point, if you have 40 approval, if you say this is your choice, I can't make it for you, she will always throw the spear away. If you have below 40 approval and you say that, she will always kill Night Song. So that's the thing is this sequence means if you have enough Night Song points and you have over 20 approval, but not 40 enough to trigger this, it sticks you with this as your only option besides saying kill her. And that's what I showed in the Night Song video, that because of this sequence, if you specifically have between 20 approval and 40 approval and have enough Night Song points, you cannot spare Night Song. It forces you to kill her if you have the spear. I can't imagine that was on purpose. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I think someone just flubbed as far as this, because it's a complicated file, so I don't really blame them all that much. I blame them for not fixing it by now. But stuff like the parent point, things like that are even worse. I hope / assume people have reported some of these things as bugs or whatever. I don't, because my time is spent on trying to make videos. Yeah, I heard that the original version of Night Song was like a totally different character and all this sort of stuff. But a lot of EA stuff I didn't play during early access, so a lot of that sort of stuff I only know from leftover like things on the wiki pages or videos and other things like that. I don't know much about EA stuff, so that was why I said like the Gale romance thing was a total surprise to me. It made perfect sense when someone said that. I'm like, okay, that explains why it kind of looks like Gale's scene from Act 2. But there was something else that I was gonna show. Thinking of that someone mentioned. Oh yeah, the flare. That I still never, because I take time. I have not actually tried to figure out exactly what causes the wound flare bug to happen. I was able to figure out that it was happening. That was one of the most time-consuming parts of making the Night Song Point video, was tracking down that bug. And again, that was early in my workings in the game files and everything. That was before I knew much about Osiris. I still don't know tons about Osiris. I just learned as I go along. But I knew very little at that point. It was very early in my like file digging stuff. So I was able to it took me a while to even figure out that there was a bug going on and what it was, that the wound counter was not increasing. I started figuring out from scraping through my save file and looking for finding the actual counter itself. There's even some active wound flares like that I didn't even show, because one of them I tried to, like, if you spare the owlbear cub, it is supposed to it don't go to any trouble you don't want to, but obviously anything like that I could get at would be amazing. There's supposed to be one for like sparing the owlbear cub, but I couldn't get it to trigger, and I was like, well, I already have I think it's a regular flare. I think it's supposed to be a dialogue flare, not one of the bug ones. But I already had 6 wound flares, which neatly filled up the screen. So I was like, okay, I don't really need another one. That's another funny thing I didn't include of other flares. The reason she gets a flare for sparing the owlbear cub is it's supposed to, all of it's supposed to be like stuff that she does that Char doesn't like or whatever. And so like being kind to animals is like one of those things. And that one kind of makes sense because you specifically choose to spare the owlbear cub instead of killing it when you just killed the mother owlbear. But one that is completely ridiculous that I wonder if I can find real quick in here. That I also didn't even try to trigger because I wasn't gonna put it in the video. Den is the name for the grove. Which is a lot of stuff. Called squirrel. Oh, it's in general. General squirrel. Okay, sounds like a rank. Yeah, well, yes, but that's the thing. You not only failing to kick the squirrel, you have to try to kick the squirrel, fail the roll, and the squirrel says, "Try again, I dare you." If you try to kick her a second time and then fail again, that triggers a wound flare. You have to miss twice. You have to fail your roll, try again, and fail your roll again. So I didn't put that in the video. It's the sort of thing I would put in something these days. Back then, I had no idea what people wanted to see. But yeah, it says right here. This is another thing that's still been bugged the entire time and still is. If you're playing as Shadowheart, the narrator is supposed to talk to you about what's going on when you have a wound flare as Shadowheart, but the narrator lines all get skipped. You'll see it. I think it. I'm not sure if it ever showed up in one of the videos I made. It'd be really quick if I did. You see her do the hand pain flare thing, but then it skips straight to these dialogue options about like saying silent petition and blah blah blah, and all these not for early access tags. Shadowheart is like, again, clearly the like most development, old leftover development stuff of all the characters. This is kind of amusing. The Pet Pal is the name of the ability in Divinity Original Sin 2 that lets you talk to animals. So that's the tag that's used to check if you have Speak with Animals on. They still use the word Pet Pal. Just like, and I haven't played Divinity Original Sin when I played the first game for like a couple hours, but I heard people jokingly talk about the fact that apparently DOS 2 starts with you on a beach, like off a wrecked ship or whatever, that you wake up and like the beginning of Baldur's Gate 3 is like the same thing. People were like kind of tongue-in-cheek laughing at Larian about the fact that they started both games with a ship crashing and you end up on a beach. That spot that you wake up at the beginning of Act 1 on the beach is internally labeled as like I forget exactly, but it's labeled as like DOS 2 wake up spot or something. Even they acknowledged it in their own files that it's the same as the starting of DOS 2. That's the name of the trigger. Let's see. When you tell your condition to other companions, an origin character, blah blah blah. Oh, so you're saying it after you tell someone the first time? I could check. It's probably as simple as there's just a flag that says you've told one of them, and since everybody's tadpoled, everybody knows everything. So I guess I'm assuming if that's the case, the idea is that you only need to tell one person, uh, because we tell one, you've told them all. That will be probably in every individual party list. If man. Okay, yeah. I thought it was considered telling. Yeah. So basically, once you have it's nested, so I have to find where the actual thing is. But this means that it's going to be that whenever you tell somebody, it sets a global flag that now the party knows that you worship Shar. So once you told one person, everybody knows. And thus, when you're talking to somebody, it checks for this flag to be false, and it's true because you told them, so you no longer get that option. I have to figure out. There's another thing the parser doesn't do that I wish it would somehow manage to do, and that's like it doesn't tell you what the nested dialogue is. You have to just figure it out. There's probably something here that that's in the list that because it's not okay. Shar worshiper. That's probably it. Yeah. And there's different things. Whether he's a vampire or not, so that changes things and have approval and blah blah blah. So once you tell him, by the way, I worship the god Shar. Yeah, it sets the flag. The yellow is set, blue is check. So in the parser. So yeah, once you tell one person, it sets this global flag, and now everybody knows. So you no longer can tell because they already know, so they don't care. Another thing that I thought was funny, I actually saw somebody mentioning this in maybe one of the Discord servers recently. All the way up to, I think it's in here. Where is the entrance? Night Song Prison. Gather your party. Is it that? No, that's the narrator line. Where is the bit where Shadowheart is praying? Maybe an origin moment, actually. Pretty much anything that happens with that's something else goofy I could maybe show that I haven't put in a video that I may or may not try to figure out a way to do. I'll load this in the background while I find the other thing. Is she already dead there? That song looked dead to you. Well, I'm talking to her in that save. Oh, I think what I was testing. Somebody wanted to know if Shadowheart, if there's a way to, you can't kill Nightsong. Only way to actually really kill Nightsong is for Shadowheart to do it in the dialogue. It specifically sets a Nightsong's dead for real flag in the dialogue and nowhere else. So you cannot kill her even if you have the spear. Someone was asking about that, so that's what that save was for. But where is one where I have Shadowheart? Okay, this is the one I was using. That's where you probably can't see in the stream. Everybody's currently disguised as Isabel, and that there they are. They actually, so like, there's some people also seem to be, okay, it's in Grimforge. Aha, that's probably exactly what it was. There you go. That is almost guaranteed to be the answer. Thank you very much. Yeah, so that would explain, now it makes sense, because the inconsistency that I wasn't thinking about when I was trying to test it was the save files I was using were all from pre-patch 6. And that didn't even occur to me. And that's why I had those saves are super early in the game, and the platform was in Grimforge. But then when I tried to trace my steps with a new save, it was in the Asylum. The fact they moved it to the Asylum was that's such a hack thing to do. It's just like, all that matters is somebody said, here, get that platform out of there So people stopped trying to jump on it. So somebody said, okay, and they loaded up the toolkit at Larian and just dragged the the platform out of there all the way and just said, screw it, and picked a location in the asylum and just stuck it there. Because that's what you do. It's also weird because when it's in the asylum, you can walk around on top of it, which I briefly showed in the video. But when it's in the spot in the Grimforge, you can stand on it, but then you can't move, which is kind of weird. But okay, this save will probably work. There was something I was trying to do multiple things. Oh right, I was looking for it's probably an origin moment. Pretty much everything that involves characters doing anything sort of character specific will be origin moments. And there's always 3 different versions. Sometimes they're just duplicates or whatever, but every origin moment thing has the version when you're playing as the avatar, which is what AOM stands for, Avatar Origin Moment. COM, which is when they're companion origin moment, so that's when they're in your party as a companion. And OOM is origin moment. And that is when they're a companion, but you're not in the dialogue with them acting as the party leader. So if you've seen, some people put like videos where it's like, oh, here's what Will does on his own when meeting Karlach, where they don't make any choices. That's the origin moment. That's where if you do stuff like take your avatar character and move them far away, and then send a companion into certain dialogues without you. They automatically just have a sequence they'll do on their own without you. And that was the thing I was going to try to show here in a second with Night Song. But I was also looking for Night Song, Prison Night Song, Fade, Clean, Shar Wrath, Temple Leave. It's one of these, I think. Okay, yeah. So this is where This is where Shadowheart prays in front of the Shar statue right before you go into Shadowfell in the Gauntlet of Shar. So she says, like, oh, I need to pray. And if you manage to make it this all the way there without ever learning that Shadowheart worships Shar from talking to her or whatever, which right here, if you don't know, you can say, wait, seriously, you worship Shar? Like you're at the end of Act 2 and never figured it out? And she says, I am amazed you missed the signs. Like she actually zings you for never figuring out that she worships Shar. If you manage to make it all the way to the water pool before Night Song without ever learning that she worships Shar, she will make fun of you. She no longer tries to hide it. She's like, all right, screw it. I'm going to start praying to Shar now. And you're like, really? Wait, Shar? Really? And that's like literally the farthest you can go without learning about it, I guess. So the thing I was going to show, often the origin moment dialogue things are split between like for the one just there, that's the companion version. If you're playing as Shadowheart, it's a separate dialogue file that has other stuff in it, which also doubles as the one for the origin or the origin version without you. So in this case, it's similar to the companion version, but Shadowheart will automatically say stuff. Like if you go to trigger the praying in front of the water pool and your avatar is too far away to or dead or whatever, for whatever reason can't participate in the dialogue, it will play this version instead, where it'll automatically, and it's quite short. She just talks to Shar a little bit, blah, blah, blah. So, but on the other hand, the Night Song version, which is also in the same thing, there's a whole bunch of different stuff here because it depends on whether you already killed Balthazar or not. And where she calls you Shar, and if you're not, the line that my sophomoric joke about I felt you coming for a century that I put in the Act 2 guide. But so the Avatar version is here where this tag means is for that. But there's different starting versions. But this is what you do if you're playing as Shadowheart. And none of the stuff at Night Song points, none of that matters. None of it exists if you're playing as Shadowheart. And you just make your own choices. Like, Shar talks to you a bunch. And Night Song keeps saying, it's kind of goofy writing. Night Song keeps going, I can tell Char's talking to you right now. I don't know what she's saying, but I'm sure she's saying something. Like, it's like they were afraid people would be confused if Night Song was just standing there staring at you the whole time that Char was talking. But then you just make your own choices. You can just choose to kill her or not. It doesn't matter. You still have to have the spear. If you don't, then Char makes fun of you. Where she says something here, like, the spear, you forgot to bring the spear. But so here's where it gets weird. If you do the version where you're not playing as Shadowheart, but you the avatar, as I showed, then you can't, even if this is as far away as you can get, that's not good enough to stop the avatar from getting pulled into the conversation. So if you kill yourself, we're going to find a good kill myself spot. Whoops, I said kill yourself, and YouTube's going to demonetize my 3.5 hour long stream. Come on, where's a death spot? You're making this difficult for me, Will. Well, come on. It's really hard to find a place to kill yourself these days. It's tough work. Did I see a death down there somewhere? Oh, am I gonna have to go all the way down? It's be faster to just teleport. I'm just gonna. Fine. You want to do it that way? We're gonna do it that way. Will. Well, actually, I could have done host character, but. There, I'm dead. Okay. Okay, so if your avatar can't participate in the dialogue, I'm going to save in case I screw this up. At the moment, Shadowheart has the spear. Because you don't get to make any choices if your avatar is not around. It goes down, it has a completely predetermined path when you do these things where the companion is by themselves. I'm not going to make you sit here and watch the whole thing. She says the same stuff she would usually say as a companion, but there's no one else to talk. So she brags about the spear and then just immediately busts it out and says, well, this is what I came here to do, is stab me some Night Song. So you get no, this is her true path is to kill the Night Song. So apparently this is what she really wants to do, unless it's all up to you as the player or the avatar to talk her out of it. And everything happens as you would normally expect. This is the Shar talks to you and da-da-da. And it treats it like the avatar version. This line of the narrator doesn't happen if you're playing as a companion version. She talks to your avatar instead. Literally, there's no checks. It doesn't matter what you've done because and it's going to play the regular Isabel dying scene. Well, it's supposed to. I don't know why it's sitting on a black screen, but okay. I don't know what it's doing, but what is the game now? Is it going to lock up on me? Oh, there it was. What the hell was that? Okay, right. So it didn't show the cutscene, but whatever. So she's dead. She still get the exclamation point, of course, because she's still treated as a companion. And then there's the portal and blah blah blah. But yeah, I will do this in part 1 of this experiment first, real quick. Oh, I forgot on this save I hadn't talked to Raphael. I may have teleported straight past all this to go straight to Night Song. Almost like I didn't actually play the game normally. So if I go last light, it'll be full of dead people. No, it didn't. Why? So this is bugged again. Oh, right. This whole thing is buggy as hell. I forgot about this. It skipped the Isabel dying dialogue, even though I clearly just killed Night Song. And I didn't do the silence trick, so I didn't even remember that it did this. So I'm going to load back in real quick before I answer your question about the doubt. into, wait, it is here. The thing I mentioned earlier where if you go there without Shadowheart. To answer your question, this is the dialogue that it traces if you do what I just did, where you only have the companion with no avatar there to answer. Yell doesn't count. It has to be the avatar. So we saw some of those lines. She says the stuff, spear, blah blah blah, not a dagger, a spear. Spear materializes, and then you kill her. Like, there's no checks of anything. As long the spear is the only thing it checks for. Do you have the spear? Yes, then you can kill her. Nothing about her Night Song points, nothing about approval, nothing else matters if you do it that way. So, and that's why I said some people, I got comments that kind of misunderstood what I was saying, I guess, but I mentioned that in the silence video. I said if the avatar is not there to guide her, she'll always kill Night Song, and that was what I was talking about. But the weirder thing that I didn't discover until I was doing tests and stuff with it after the fact. So in this case, I have the Spear of Night with Will. Shadowheart's not here. And this is the thing I said I was doing to try to confirm that you cannot kill Night Song. It's just weird to skip straight to this if Shadowheart's not there. So you have the spear, and it'll actually comment on the fact that you've got it. So you can say, it's like, perhaps I can still kill you is such a weird way of saying it. I found a spear to kill you with. And she's like, it doesn't matter because you're not Night Songer's chosen champion. So there's no like kill her option. The only thing you do is try to attack or free her or attack. And she doesn't like that. It doesn't actually even put you into combat directly. Even if I put the spear on and like go kill her with it, she just revives. So there's nobody to kill her. And nothing else happens here. The only way to get out of the Shadowfell is to give up on trying to kill her. And you can keep stabbing her or whatever. But so if you actually want to get out of here, you've got to free her. And you do the whole freeing scene, blah, blah, blah. She becomes, I hope the, won't get demonetized for one frame of her nude when armor shows up. And then usual scene, she's going to fly off. The cutscenes are acting extra weird tonight. So that was what happened. That was what happened earlier, that I didn't properly play the Isabel scene. Yeah. Skip through all this. Okay. And the portal shows up. So now we go back to the save I made when Will is dead. Yeah, it says probably the same sort of thing. They just decided that's the outcome they want for, basically all the OOM moments have a preset path. It can check for certain things if they feel like it, but they typically are fairly linear. So in this case, the main thing is if you don't have the spear, you obviously can't kill her with it. So if you send Shadowheart without the spear by yourself, this is what happens. Same initial dialogue, blah, blah, blah. Talks about, sorry, it's all silent, but that way I can talk over it. Show me your dagger, sorry, not blah, blah. She just says this line that doesn't really even make any sense. It's like, it really doesn't make sense. Like the idea, this scenario is so bizarre, like they're really not playing for it. So she says about the fact you can't kill me without the spear. Again, I'm not going to touch anything. This is all automatic. She just says I failed. She acts like she just threw the spear away, which she kind of also does even as a companion. And continue to have this conversation between the two of them. It's fascinating to even put all this in at all. They could just say it doesn't work if you're not there with the character, but I'm trying not to skip just because I don't want to skip over anything weird on accident. I don't want to sit here and watch the whole dialogue, but all right, so she says stuff about all this looks pretty much the same as if you had chosen to spare her during the regular companion version. Watch this weird thing if somehow got hotfixed and I didn't know about it. She stands there and looks at her, but then she didn't actually free her. She stared at her and didn't free her. And then it triggers the I'm standing around not doing anything conversation, where you just go, bye, night song. You clearly tell they did not test as well, because who was going to do this? So she's still in the prison. She's still soul caged. She can't get away, but the portal is now open. So you can just leave. Normally, under every other circumstance, you cannot leave Shadowfell until you've either killed Night Song or freed Night Song. But because of this weird scenario, it breaks out of it and you can just go, bye, nice to see you. I'm just going to leave you there. I have not tested what actually happens if you try to complete the entire act. What happens from this point on? I think it pretty much just acts like, well, again, I don't even know if you can go back. I guess I can't even try to test that. Again, the last time when I discovered this, I pretty much got this far and said, this is ridiculous, but I was in the middle of working on something else, so I never came back and tried to figure it out. So I'm like, if I go back to can I even get back in? I think I can. I think maybe I can just walk right back in again. Yep. Now what's gonna, okay. No, okay, so yeah, so apparently now you just have open access. You can even see the portal lit up way down there. You can just walk in and out of Shadowfell all day because the portal opened, even though it's not supposed to. Let's see. It says I entered the Shadowfell, but didn't actually do anything. So yeah, it doesn't count as having actually completed the objective of learned about her past from Dame Aelin. Right, but nothing actually happened. Since you can walk right back in here again, I'm assuming it's pretty much just acting as though you haven't gone to the Shadowfell yet. Like nothing advances, or like you can Shadowfell, but it advances the state. That's the thing. Moonrise Towers right now. Is it in Killed Night Song state, or is it? I almost want to figure all this out right now. I guess I theoretically could. Is it faster to jump down or to teleport to Night Song? I think it's faster to teleport to Night Song. Where's Night Song? Somewhere in one of these files. There she is. Oh, I got it right here. No, that was something else, but that was a different thing. That's something I'm going to show in one of the Act 3. When I get to Act 3 for weird out of bounds stuff, that's when I'm going to show that off. For now, it's a secret. To teleport to, so yeah, I need this. Do this. Whoops. I'm gonna swap these. Very exciting text file typing. Okay, that should work. Whoops. If I actually type it in. Okay. But it didn't bring the party with me, but I don't care. I forgot if I talk to her. I think you have the option. Yeah, you have the option to free, but you can also just leave. So if I leave again, okay. So last light I know is totally normal because nothing happened to kill people. But if I go to Moonrise, pretty sure I have a Moonrise saved location somewhere. The waypoint. I've been saving locations for a long time. It's a bunch of weird different things I use to speed up testing of stuff. That's the door. No, it's Ketherick. That bridge is close enough. I guess I could have teleported out anyway. Let me get the waypoint real quick, just in case I want to move the rest of the party here. Oh, that's why they didn't teleport with me, because I'm currently separated. So they're standing around like normal outside, I think. Yeah, they're not aggressive. Yeah, I've never been Moonrise with this character. So yeah, so if you do that weird buggy Shadowheart thing, it doesn't advance. Even though you went into the Shadowfell, it doesn't actually start the Moonrise assault. Which makes me also wonder if the prisoners are still down there. And the other thing that's supposed to happen when you there's two versions of the assaulting. The two things it checks for are either that you killed Nightsong, and that's the one that triggers the Zrel, if she's still alive, standing around outside the tower and all that, because it expects the Harpers and everything to be dead, because normally if you kill Nightsong and you don't have a silence orb on top of you, then most of the Harpers die. So it triggers a specific non-Harper assault version, and then if you do the saving Shadowheart version, or saving Nightsong rather, that's when the Harpers will be waiting outside Moonrise. So doing those things sets all that up while you're still inside the Shadowfell. But here, like, nothing has actually happened. Are the prisoners still? Oh wait, I didn't save the prisoners in the save file. Whoops. But yeah, it all looks normal. Yeah, because the gnomes are here. So nothing actually advanced at all. You can just walk. You can walk out of the. Yes, that's the thing. You can actually walk right back into the Shadowfell from the pool of water. You can just keep walking in and out of it. Oh, Gale is upset because I went to the moon, triggered his arcane hunger. Sorry, Gale, I'm not interested. So yeah, you can just walk right back in again. So that's kind of funny to me now, because that means the big warning it plasters on the screen when you try to go into the Shadowfell, telling you that it's doing that is going to advance quests and all that sort of stuff. And the things that, of course, it normally does are, you know, if you haven't saved any of the prisoners, they all get killed. There's a few other ones. I mean, that's obviously the main one. There's quests that get like auto-completed or whatever. But it doesn't actually auto-complete them when you step into the Shadowfell. It auto-completes them when you either kill or save Nightsong. But you can't leave the Shadowfell unless you kill or save Nightsong, unless your avatar is dead and you sit in Shadowheart by yourself without the spear. If you do that exact combination of things, you can just walk right out of the Shadowfell and go do something else. So if you ever find yourself, if you're in honor mode, and you step into the Shadowfell and you go, oh no, I forgot to do something I needed to do. Well, jump your avatar off the ledge and kill them. Send in Shadowheart without the spear in her inventory, and you can leave. And it's surely unintentional to work that way, but it's just, again, it's the sort of thing where it's such a weird fringe event, but they specifically put in versions of this stuff that happens when you're they have the companion by themselves, but it's just not tested well. Because like, okay, who's gonna kill their avatar, send in Shadowheart without the spear? Like, who was gonna do that? But so I haven't actually looked in the goals to try to figure out exactly why the portal opens. There's an explanation if I went looking for it, probably. But some of it's because look, right here it says, lay a hand on me in friendship. She says that. It sets the event for throwing away the spear. And wait, it says, Catherine, wait a second. I didn't even check that. This says, oh my God. This may get even better than I realized. If this actually removes Ketherick's immortality without triggering the assault on Moonrise, that would be kind of funny. I'm going to figure that out real quick. Let's see, Ketherick should be currently on top of the tower. because that's where he's always. Well, no, he actually may be in the. I'm going to teleport back out of here again because I can't quick travel inside Shadowfall. He may actually be in, because I never did Moonrise on this save file, he might actually be currently standing in the throne room. There's Minthara. No, he's still invulnerable. Okay, so it means the actual check for removing his invulnerability is more exhaustive than that. Because obviously it's supposed to happen if you free her or kill her. But even though it sets the flag, it appears to set the flag for that here. Apparently that's not enough on its own. Because it did the same, but this... Right, because this is permanently... Well, yeah, it's supposed to. So I don't know exactly why it didn't work. But so I think the problem, the reason it gets all buggy is that this is the version I showed first. When you have the spear, it does the whole killing her thing as we normal sort of version and reaches this point and ends the conversation correctly. If you do the version without the spear, there's no end. It's a really ill-constructed... bit of dialogue here that they didn't expect anyone to ever do and probably was not tested much / at all. And I'm pretty sure this goofiness is what leads to that strange bug. So unfortunately, no stripping Kethric's invulnerability through. I mean, I could take his invulnerability off right now, but that doesn't count. And do whatever I want. I can make Kethric look like the colony brain. Let me do that real quick. His name. Actually, I have a lot of those all together anyway. Whoops, I'm a fantastic speller. Where is Mukatharic? Oh, I don't have it here because I don't need it here. What's his stupid name? What's still boo. Wasting time. Boring the people who managed to make it this far in the stream. Okay. I actually have never tried what actually happens if you... Well, the cutscene will still happen because it doesn't actually care. That's just a predetermined thing. But I haven't actually tested what happens if you, like, kill him on top of the tower before the assault, because normally you can't. You can fight him, but you can't hurt him. It probably just does nothing because it's not... There's a lot of things like that where you can just break things. Like, and I haven't put those in videos because they're just not really very interesting. Like one of the Act 1 Asylum thing, I showed the Raphael stuff where here's the real Raphael, who sits in the asylum initially, and then whenever you trigger one of the points where he shows up to talk, he teleports from the asylum to be right next to you. And is standing there next to you until he teleports you to House of Hope. When that happens, he is set off stage, but he's still standing where he was. And then during the conversation, it shows when the demon version shows up, that's the dummy I showed. So the way that conversation works, typically if there's conversations where there's more than just your party talking to one person, those will work even if you like kill the bear, the bear in the asylum. If you kill that bear, you can still talk to Halsin in the bear form thing where he's following you around. It doesn't care. I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe just the loading in is enough. However, if there's a dialogue where there's specifically a goal that gathers different characters basically into the conversation. If one of those characters is missing because you killed them and they're normally not killable or whatever, it just completely fails to start the conversation. So that's the way like the Raphael will work. If you kill the Raphael Cambion version dummy, I took a brief look at the jungle area. It's mostly just kind of jungle stuff with nothing around it. It's got some skyboxy stuff around it, so it looks like mountains, whatever. I didn't take a really extensive look, but I did take a glance at it, and it kind of just looks like what you see when you're there. Didn't find anything terribly interesting. I'll look at it again when I'm in if the Act 2 video does well enough to deserve more videos, then I will continue on, and that would be in the first part of Act 3. So I would check it out more then. I've looked over a little bit of other stuff in the future acts, but I've been trying to stay on focused on whichever one I'm currently working on for a video. So, and that's part of the thing also, that a lot of the stuff I try to find is things that are literally off somewhere else on the map. Some of the times though, there's things that are inside the normal areas that are kind of fun to look at, which are harder to track down because I have to kind of just look around and say, well, that's interesting. And the Grimforge Shar Temple is an example of that. Okay, right. So I was looking for, I already did that, right? Copied and pasted. Up here. Okay. Do I have, I did the non-disguise version. Where do I have that? There we go. Okay. There's multiple different ways to transform people. It's all as simple as one line. There's different transform rules, they call them. This is disguise, which is the one I've pretty much used all the time so far, mostly, which is the one I mentioned way earlier in the stream, where if you do that, it changes that character to resemble the one you set it to in pretty much every way. Well, it doesn't set their weapons and stuff still, or whatever weapons they have equipped. That's why Volo has a Githyanki sword on his back in the video. You can change that too, but I just didn't bother. It'll basically set it to their base appearance, which I gotta be careful for stream. Like if you set like a non-human sort of weird thing into a human character, they'll show up nude. But it basically sets to like their sort of base appearance. And it will change their name. Their name will show up in everything, all the interface stuff. Their icon will change. So if you disguise one of your own party members, it will change everything up to your save file name. So I've usually used disguise for that purpose, but there's other ones like Wild Shape is a transformation you can do. There's one I was experimenting with is disguise, but don't change the name. Like there's a bunch of different versions. I haven't, for my purposes, disguise has pretty much been all I cared about, so I've used that most of the time. I can do that. The deal is there's a couple things inside certain cutscenes. Certain things seem to let you transform, and other ones don't. I was highly disappointed that it's one of the things I may try to find a way to show in the Act 2 video that I'm supposedly working on right now. In the cutscene at the end of the colony where you first see Gortash and Orin and all that, the brain, which is I'm about to mess with here, and Raven Guard, the real actual global Raven Guard, are in the asylum. Raven Guard, and because they both participate in that cutscene, they need to be in it because they both have dialogue. It took me a bit to actually figure out why the brain never talks. It does at the very end of the cutscene when it's talking about the armies marching off. And I didn't realize that Raven Guard spoke. He very briefly says something about Helm preserve us or something like that before he gets tadpoled. And that's why they had to be pulled into the conversation. So that, what's his name? Raven Guard kneeling on the ground, you can disguise him as somebody else, and that will work. But the thing that I was disappointed by is even though the brain is pulled into the conversation, this brain right here, if you disguise the brain as something else in the cutscene, it doesn't change. It still looks like a brain. I was really trying to turn it into Tara or something, and it doesn't work. So I was very disappointed. I could change Ravengard into somebody else, but I could change all of them into somebody else. I could make that cutscene be everybody's Isabel or whatever I want. But that's changing the brain would have been much funnier. I can change the brain during the brain fight at the end of the game to look like Tara or the owlbear cub or whatever I want, but not in that particular cutscene. At least I haven't tried the later cutscenes. That's Act 3 stuff, so I haven't gotten to that yet. But so if I transform Ketheric, disguise him as the Elder Brain, let's we're gonna cue it up. We're gonna see what happens here. Yeah, now he's the brain. And since I did a full disguise, it shows up with the name and everything. But it doesn't change his stats and stuff, so he still has the buffs and stuff that Ketheric has. He just changes the name. And yes, so I start the cutscene. I'm actually not sure whether he's going to look normal or if he's going to look like a brain. If he is in brain form, well, he did just move. The brain can't move around if you transform somebody. It'll probably be very buggy looking if it actually works. So let's find out. Yeah, there he is. The brain's sitting in the throne. That was actually another thing that I figured out how to do when working on the Act 1 video, but I couldn't find a good thing to do with it in the video. I showed it earlier. Some people may still made it this far. When I showed how I could make Arabella run over to the idol and pick it up. You can also make it's a very complex command called use. You can make anybody use anything else, which is exactly the same as if you tried to right click on it. So I could make keep watching the brain. You can make a character walk over and use something, which includes like chairs and stuff. So you can, like the voiceover dummy bear in the asylum, I made him walk over and sit next to Norella on the bench, which was pretty funny looking, but I couldn't find a good way to work it into the, so the camera angles, of course, aren't exactly designed for brain-sized characters. So the deal with the Apostle Merkel is that it works. This is all Act 2 video spoilers. I don't give away my give away stuff that's going to go in Act 2 video. But the way that the Apostle works is weird in a couple different ways. There is a dummy that's the full-sized Apostle Merkel that's sitting in the asylum off stage. That is what is used only for when you finish the fight and you kill Apostle Merkel. What is happening during that cutscene is it brings in a dummy version of the Apostle Merkel to die. That's what's like setting on fire and all that. So that it can put the real Ketheric like in front of the platform and kill him. And I think he even uses a dummy for when he's dying before he falls down. However, when Ketheric's transforming into Apostle Merkel, when it pops out of the hole before you start phase 2 of the fight, first of all, Merkel is talking to you as a guy staying in the asylum. He's just a guy. That's Merkel. Because as I showed in the Act 1 for the voice of Absolute, anytime anybody talks to you, even if it's just a voice from beyond, they have to be somebody somewhere in the map. So Merkel is just some dude. But the dummy Apostle is not in the cutscene where Ketheric swan dives backwards in the hole and comes out and fights you. That is actually a dummy version of Ketheric falling backwards in the hole. The Apostle Merkel coming out of the hole is Ketheric. The deal with the way the Apostle Merkel works is different from basically everything else that I know of off the top of my head. That it is not some big dummy, some other big thing that replaces Ketheric. That is Ketheric. It's the same exact character. you're fighting normal Ketheric. So that is the reason that you can do stuff like reverse pickpocket a whole bunch of gold into his pocket when he's in his Ketheric and then kill the Apostle Merkel with blood money, because it's still Ketheric. It's the same inventory. He still has the gold you already gave him. Because, and this is the, I'm going to show in the video. I'll tease it now, but I'm not going to actually show it yet. The Apostle of Merkel that you fight is a condition like prone or invisible or anything else. So when he becomes giant version of Apostle Merkel and you're fighting him, that is Ketheric transformed. Not even as a transform, it's a condition. It's just like having Blessing of Selûne. It's that, except it's being the Apostle Merkel. And if you have that condition, you gain all of the attributes, everything that is the Apostle Merkel. You turn into the model, you gain a bunch of extra hit points, you gain all the spells, all of that. The only thing you don't get automatically is the scythe. That is done separately. That scythe is also sitting in the asylum. It is teleported into his inventory and then equipped onto him. And the reason you can't find it if you disarm him is because if you disarm Apostle Merkel, there's a specific goal that says if he's been disarmed, teleport the scythe back to the asylum. So that's why it's nowhere to be found. Right, I watched that same video. So there's a lot of weirdness specifically with that one fight because of so that same thing was weird with the cutscene. So if I wanted, that's the thing though, if I were to transform Ketheric before that cutscene into something else, it probably wouldn't matter disguise-wise, because when it applies the Apostle Merkel condition, that will override anything else visibly, because that condition itself applies the visual of being the Apostle Merkel. And what that means is what I'm going to show in the actual video that I'm not going to actually show off right now. So that's just the teaser version. But yeah, if you can teleport, I mean, you can disguise, if you disguise someone as a brain, so now he's on top of the tower. All right, that's what I was going to do. Of course, now he looks like a brain, which is a bit confusing. Do I have a convenient save? Probably. That is right before the top of the tower before the assault. Primo. No, but nobody ever mentioned that joke. I put so much work into that joke and no one's ever mentioned it. Not that much work, I guess, by modern standards of the stuff I've done since then. But I did change the entire localization file. Yes, that's the thing. You don't get the scythe, but which you can do too. But yeah, everything that is being the Apostle Merkel can be applied as a condition to anybody. What am I looking for? Mid-moonrise. Okay, I think this is what I want. Yes. Well, that's before I cleared it out. So I'm going to instead pick one of these ones, and then I'm going to go back. Okay. Figured out what I want to do. Yes, exactly. There's a slightly separate thing because the hardcore version, or the which is the what's it called, honor mode version, has an additional layer to it where you have extra hit points and the stuff as far as like it has to apply the legendary actions, those sort of stuff separately. The regular version doesn't have those. I think it could probably apply them. I didn't bother going to that length really because well, there's a key thing. The other important factor, you say new run, but one of the key things is Apostle Merkel can't move, so it kind of makes it a bit tougher to finish the game. I could also just teleport right now and save time, but it's like everything is a question of, can I get there faster by playing the game or looking up the location and teleporting? So I have a teleport for this spot, but This should be when I have the entire top of the tower cleared out except for Ketherick. It's actually possible to, like, I mentioned in the Act 2 video, it's possible to clear out every single one of the characters that will show up in the assault without ever having to fight more than, like, at most two, often just one. Well, if you count the goblins, it can be more than one, but they're so weak. But you have to do it from, like, there's like this sequence you have to follow where you start at a certain spot and kill certain things in a certain order to not alert other ones and stuff. And that's why I didn't put it in the Act 2 video, because I'm like, this will take too long and most people don't want to bother doing this. Because it's like you have to wait for the eyeball to patrol over here and then kill it all the way at the door when no one can see you do it. And then you want to pull this guy up here and he won't aggro these guys. But then to pull this, you need to go in here and like magic missile over the wall or whatever to pull the goblins in, and that'll pull. It's all this stuff you can do, but it's like not worth doing. And if you're playing solo, is the only reason you would consider doing all that. Like this guy next to the door, you have to tell these guys to leave. If you try to just shoot him, attack him, these guys will aggro. So you have to like annoy him by shooting like a darkness arrow or stuff like that on top of him, and then hide in around, way around the corner over here, and the Zhentarim guards will come looking for you, and then they'll stop looking for you, and he'll run in. This whole thing, it's this whole ordeal. You can do the same thing with these guys. You can pull them all separately. So I'm like, yeah, that's not going in a video that's already an hour and a half long. You can pull these guys from like the rafters above, all this stuff that you can do, but it's like for the most part not worth bothering with. Solo will be the only, solo honor is like the only reason you would ever consider it. Okay, there's water puddles under these guys because that's when I was using the I don't have it on now. The combination of the ring, the frost damage, and the ring that spawns a puddle of ice. Because it's like a really good item combination, but that's the thing. When I was working the Act 2 guide, and I was like, I kept downgrading my characters on purpose. Because I kept trying to keep my characters weaker to show that you could do all these things even without powerful, like all the best items and builds and stuff. I never multi-class. I don't like multi-classing. Like personally, I've just never liked multi-classing in any game. I just don't like it as a mechanic. So of course it's like the strongest way to build characters a lot of the time. But that was a great way for me to indulge my not wanting to multi-class for the purpose of the guide. Because I'm like, well, I want my characters to be weaker anyway to show off the fact that you can do all these things even without the strongest characters. The only sort of exception is that Open Hand Monk is ridiculous. And I kept Karlach as Open Hand Monk. Did I just save it? Yes. I originally made her Monk just to show off the soul coin trick. But I was like, man, Open Hand Monk is so good. I'm going to keep one strong character and make everybody... Like, I made Shadowheart Swords Bard, but I stopped using Slashing Flourish a lot of the time. I would just use regular shots to try to keep myself weaker. Okay, so we're going to try to find out what happens. First of all, I may be able to just outright kill him once I remove his invulnerability, but I'd rather do it through regular combat. Which means I should use Cheat Engine to turn on infinite action points and stuff to speed it up. But okay, so I've got to actually figure out where his invulnerable condition is. There's theoretically, find a goal that removes it, and that may work. Let's look at the Night Song goal and see if I can do it that way. Where are you, Night Song? Night Song Birth. Okay. I think it's in here. No, of course not. Boo. Where would that be? What's the thing about the assault is currently going or not? Forget that now. It's also it's midnight. I'm still streaming. Okay, I'm going to just do a search and see if I can find it. Oops. That's not it. Okay. Remove stat. There we go. Pretty easy. Remove status. Catholic and vulnerable. Okay. The reason I got to copy and paste it here is because I have to put quotation marks around all strings for the script extender to accept it, and they aren't written that way in the goals. I lose my voice from talking all night. Okay, did that work? Yes. Okay. So now he's vulnerable. I'm going to try just fighting him, and we're going to see what happens. And you know, yeah. Okay. Was actually also wondering if Daisy would chime in and say you can't hurt him like she does normally if you get into combat but apparently she only does that if he has the invulnerable status on. I guess I should have gone to stealth or something so I could do this fight better. Because he's kind of a pain. I'm gonna just cheat because I don't want to bother missing a bunch of times with his ridiculous AC. Okay. So it already changed the journal. Oh no, it's because it's trying to tell me that I can't hurt him. Right, and that's her comment. I think I could probably check it to look at. Yeah, I'm losing my ability to think as it gets late. It's probably that there's simply the check for that dialogue to fire. The ADs is called, which I believe stands for active dialogue. PAD is for party active dialogue. Probably just checks if he's currently invulnerable or not, and if he is not, she doesn't say it. How long this takes, even when I crit every single attack. I actually don't think I need to click this every time. I'm just stupid. That's how absent-minded I am after midnight. So he just stands there with 0 hit points. So now we know. He just stands around and doesn't die. I know that when you fight him during the assault, when he's had his invulnerability removed, of course, as well, there is doing a check for going below 50% health before it triggers the scene where he says, "My lord beckons me." So there, I thought I tried just killing him and it didn't work. Which it may be that it's some side effect of the same thing where him dying is, there's nothing set up to accept him dying during that scene. It just specifically looks for his hit points to be below 50%. So if you kill him above 50% health, the game just leaves him alive because it's not checking for that. That's the thing. I had a video that Raphael, he laughed the way he works. I actually have a video that I recorded. Nope, not there. Here we go. No, it was this. Raphael, whose name I now pronounce the way they do in the game. Like, I forget the first time I ever mentioned him, which I think was during the Gale video, somebody actually called me out in the comments for calling him Raphael, and I realized that's from growing up in the 80s and watching too much Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so that's why I pronounce it that way. But ever since I got that comment, I've been going on my way to say it Raphael. Where was with the attacking him? Yeah, there it is. This is right. This is, I think, after you've completed the. This is where he teleports to, which you can see. You can, if you, I mean, when you come up here and it triggers the scene, you can quickly see Raphael appear in this spot before it triggers the cutscene. So as I mentioned before, when you're in this dialogue, as soon as you teleport to House of Hope, he goes off stage, and just stays that way. So this is me setting him on stage, just with the command. If you attack him, I missed, so I didn't care. You have to actually do damage. His disappearing is, did he go to the asylum? No, he just goes off stage. That's all he does. This is me setting him on stage again. So he never goes anywhere. So every time you attack Raphael and he disappears, he's just going off stage. That actually reminds me of something else I thought was a little amusing. That's a behind the scenes thing. Speaking of the Raphael, where's a good example? It's used all over the place, but he's one of the ones that happens a lot. I mentioned that before. He was called Monitor for whatever reason, apparently during development at some point, so that's why he's still called all over the place in the files. Because he shows up a million times, so trying to find this particular thing I'm looking for. The stupidest way to try to find this. Oh, here's an example of what I mentioned earlier. Use monitor, use the Lanceport chair. This is how they get Raphael to sit in the chair. You simply tell him to use the chair. So I could make Raphael sit on a bench or whatever I want. That was part of it right there. I'm gonna look in this file and see if. Well, no, okay. I've decided which one I'm gonna look at. I'm really starting to get loopy as I get tired. Act 1, Forest, Monitor, Post EA, I believe. Okay, this is an example also that some people still don't know how this works. If anyone's curious, this is exactly what is checked for when Raphael shows up and where he shows up. There are 5 specific places. Every other place that people say that he shows up is not true. Or maybe it was in an older version that got changed, I can't say. But at least currently in patch 7, this is the various places. And you can kind of get an idea. This is the crash area. This is the one that's up near where the amulet that gives you guidance, that spot where most people have never seen him there probably. The most common place I think most people see him is the one I just showed in that video, the plains, which is the spot where you at the broken bridge. Underdark is the place in Selûnite temple in the Underdark. This is the place inside the Goblin, the Shattered Sanctuary, whatever it's called, Shattered whatever, in Goblin Camp. And then this is the one if you try to go towards the area where Alfira and what's the name, Merkin and stuff are. That's one of the places you can show up. And these are the flags that are checked to see whether he will show up or not. And basically it's trying to cure the tadpole. The first time you try to basically do all the main things are those. So if you try to have the hag cure the tadpole, that will trigger it. If you try to get Prince's Gut to cure it, if you try to get Omeluum to cure it, if you go meet the Gith at the choke point, that apparently is enough to advance it, even if you didn't talk to any cure people. And this is talking to Nettie, which is what most people typically do to trigger Raphael, is trying to talk to Nettie, because that's the kind of what it leads you to do. And if you missed all those and you talk to Halsin, if you through various things Halsin can do, will also trigger it. Or if you go, this says if you go all the way to Shadowcurse lands, though I don't know how doesn't happen anymore now, because if you try to go there, it'll force him to show up in your camp, which is where people do the trick where you knock him out and steal his armor. Okay, it's somewhere. All right, fine. Fine. You want me to just search for it? I'm going to search for it. So when they want something to disappear in a puff of smoke or whatever, it's literally called poof. That is the process it runs. You can poof whoever you want. In this case, it's some mind flayer as part of whatever this is. That's mildly amusing. That's the name of the command. The thing I thought was funnier is when characters appear out of nowhere, it's foop. It's poof backwards. So like when Raphael teleports out of the asylum to greet you next to the wherever he wants to talk to you, he is fooping into existence. That is when he has his own special version with its own effect. You'll see that these are VFX for visual effects that it plays. And so like this is Gale related stuff. Gale has his own version can have his own effect for poofing or fooping. Raphael, that's why his has the, reddish devilly effect, because he has his own special poof effect. Most other random stuff doesn't. So like for if Gale Tressum, that's Tara. So if she foops into existence, it'll just be the basic little puff of smoke look, which is what most do. So yeah. So it took me a little while to kind of figure that out. I had seen this a couple times. I wasn't really thinking about it. Then I realized it's poof backwards, and it all made sense. I am baffled there's still as many people watching after how many hours I've had to stream. At some point, I really should go to sleep, I guess. But it seems like a reasonable thing to do. Is there something good I can... I mean, ending on foop isn't bad. Is there something else good that I can end it all on? Anything else that is teasing for the actual video? I could do... I mean, theoretically, I do another... Well, I didn't really do much work. I was supposed to do work while people watched and I talked all the time, which is probably more interesting. But I was going to say I could stream again at some point, but I can't do too much of it or I'll never get a video done. But interesting in the asylum, their questions. Obviously, in the last chance, if still has any questions that they haven't asked that I can answer before I stop it for the evening. Some of these that are all mildly interesting, all things that are going to go into the video. The three pieces of armor that what are they called? The flawed hellfire. What are they called? The hell something. The flawed gear. The three pieces of gear that Damon makes for you from the Infernal Iron, up until patch 3. They were teleported out of the Helldust. Yeah, they were teleported out of the asylum when he hands them to you. I think he even puts them down in front of you or whatever. You pick them up, which is a perfectly reasonable way to do it. They just sit in the asylum and teleport. And for whatever reason, in patch 3, they changed it to where he actually generates them from a template in real time. So the armor is still just sitting around up there, but it's just a copy of it you no longer use for anything. I showed disguises. I already showed changing oh, that's something I could probably do real quick. That'll be a good thing to do last. I mentioned it earlier. I was disappointed that I can't disguising the brain during the cutscene in the colony doesn't actually change the way it looks. I appreciate everyone who answered the Helldust thing. Like, just look down and everyone's like I'm losing my train of thought this time. I mentioned I was disappointed I couldn't in the cutscene. I couldn't disguise it, but nothing changes. But if it ever finishes loading, this is a save that I have for screwing around with stuff for the epilogue and ending related things. So I had to save when the brain was almost dead. This is before since this time, this save was made before I knew about this. These days, I know exactly what commands to run to advance this fight from. I still have to climb the brainstem to get the fight going, because you can't, if you channel the Crown of Cards, what's it called? See again, I'm going to forget, people are going to answer in the chat. Karsus Compulsion. If you channel that on the Crown of Karsus and you're not in combat with it, nothing happens. So you have to start the fight. So basically, I still haven't gotten any faster than having to climb the brainstem. But I used to manually complete this fight by teleporting the party out of range from where the other guys could hit me, putting a global invulnerability so they couldn't shoot magic missiles at me, and then channeling and all this sort of stuff. And when I need to kill the brain, I just spawn a whole bunch of Artistry of War scrolls because they do a lot of damage. So this is how I used to kill things. But when I discovered the die command, that I can just kill anything instantly, as long as I know what its ID is. But you can't just kill the brain. If you can kill the brain whenever you want, but it doesn't trigger the ending. You have to be at this particular sequence. So I did find out how to do it now. The fastest way I now know to beat the game is I still have to teleport to the brainstem, climb the brainstem to start the fight. Then I can put in 2 commands that cause the compulsion to end immediately, to instantly advance to phase 2, and then teleport inside here and then tell the brain to die. But this save was before that. So this, which is convenient here because this is the Unbreakable Will of the Nether Brain. So this is not a cutscene, of course. This is a regular model. So if I pick, do I still have trust some not there. What did I change it to? Oh, come on. This is the commands to run these 3 in order, and well, run these 2, start phase 2, then kill the brain. That's how I finish the fight. I gotta do it separately. Okay, do I have... There we go. Oh, it's right there. Okay, so... Oh, come on. Why did... Oh, Colony Elder Brain. Duh, I'm stupid. See, I'm really tired. Where was I? Okay, copy this out. There we go. I disguised the wrong brain. I don't actually need this part. I only need this part, but I do it to keep track of it better. Okay. There we go. And because it's a full disguise, it changes the name. Well, I can't point the mouse at it, but it changes the name and everything. Because of this camera mod, I can get pretty close. And the size is increased somewhat to the size that they're not exactly brain sized, but I appreciate you watching. Yeah, I against late for me. I'm gonna have to stop very soon. I'm way past when I should have stopped, but I was having a good time, and people were somehow still watching. Somebody was asking before, like, what would it be like the twist ending that the last boss isn't the brain, it's somebody else. I'm like, well, that's a good option. Another one was where is it? I don't think I saved all the different ones that I used. Camp Owlbear. Oh, come on. Where's the Camp Forest Owlbear did it. No, that's the one you fight. I forget what the stupid cub is called. Oh, that would be it. Oops. I have an auto hotkey that lets me... all it does is hit enter in this window. That's what allows me to do console commands on a hotkey so I could do it in the video. Most stuff I can do through Cheat Engine, which allows Hotkeys? Okay, sorry, this is less interesting than whatever question you were asking. Yes, I mentioned that one earlier. That's one of probably the most commonly asked questions about other companion stuff after I did the stuff about, Shadowheart and Gale Points. The disappointing answer is as far as I can tell from this, I haven't done a full-fledged super thorough check yet, but I have basically checked it. The probably do that too. As far as I can tell, Astarion always wants to ascend. When he reaches that point, you can persuade him out of it, but if the ritual can be completed, he will always want to. It doesn't matter. Approval does things like makes it easier to persuade him. There's things like that as far as the persuasion checks, but the only thing that prevents him from being the dialogue line where he just chooses not to ascend, that only happens because you killed one of the vampires during the fight, and the ascension ritual can only happen if all vampires are alive. It was literally just a check for a flag that says, can the ritual be completed, yes or no? If it can, he will go through wanting to do it, and you have to talk him out of it, or he'll leave the party and all that other stuff. If the ritual cannot be completed because one of the vampires has died, he will go down a different dialogue line where he just gives up. He doesn't say something in the dialogue about, I was totally going to do it, but you killed one of the vampires. He does have an AD that fires, a voice spark thing that fires during the dialogue, during the fight. If you kill one of the vampires, he freaks out and says something about, you ruined everything or something like that. I forget what he says. But during the actual dialogue, the cutscene happens after the fight is over. He doesn't say anything about, I was going to ascend, but I can't because you killed a vampire. He just chooses not to. That, as far as I know from the testing that I have done and looking in the files as much as I have for that so far, I would give it a very nitpicky fine-tooth comb check when the event that I'm making that into a video. But for now, I've checked it. I've tested doing the fight. And killing one of the vampires just causes him to skip it. So as far as I know, that's it. He has all sorts of flags that have to do with his talking about the ritual, all these sort of things you can do that involve the dialogue. But as far as the actual event and him needing to be persuaded, that is all down to just killing a vampire or not. That dialogue cutscene is actually kind of interesting in another interesting way, in my opinion. It's a sort of a neat little rarity. And I trying to remember if I ever found another instance. It's hard to track down due to the way that it is in the file. I'll explain here in a sec. Somebody asked about it a while ago on one of the some Discord server, which is why I looked into it. For that scene, which is going to be, actually, it's probably an origin moment. That throws me sometimes because I'll be searching for Act 3 for something, or an act dialogue, and it's actually in here. Cazador's Palace. Okay. Yeah, ritual room post-combat. Okay. It was an interesting question that was worth considering. Someone was asking about the fact that approval, since you can choose to, help Astarion, as well, both in dialogue and in approval. I'll get to approval in a second because that's farther down. There's an example is when Astarion says he wants to ascend. The Shadowheart has two different ways she'll react. Where she says it's not worth it if you're on the saloon path. And she says, I sacrifice people all the time, no big deal. So go for it if you are on the Shar path. But that happens plenty of times as far as dialogue is concerned. But the thing that was interesting, this is what it's difficult to search for, but I tried to search a bit, and it seems to be very rare. This is either the only place I found, or there might have been one other. But I think this might be the only one. If I can, where that's such a huge freaking dialogue. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Okay, here we go. They actually did create a specific flag just to accommodate this, where when you tell them to go ahead and let the ritual finish, all the good people in the party don't like that, so they get a huge -1 approval if you do that. Minthara likes it, so she's +1. I think she's like the only one out of these. But if Shadowheart's on the Shar path, this is not how it usually checks for that. This is a specific flag made just to do this, so that it can give Shadowheart positive approval if she's Shar and negative approval if she's Saloon. That almost never happens. Somebody asked about it, and I was thinking, well, no, I almost answered, but no, that never happens. And then I looked at it more closely, like, well, I'll be damned, they really did set up this weird scenario just so that can happen. Same thing happens if you stop him, where she gets negative versus positive. So the thing is, this flag is unique to this dialogue, so I can't just go searching for this flag in other dialogues to see if the same thing happens somewhere else, because this one is unique to this. So, but it was pretty cool that they very rarely do they ever do that, but apparently in this particular case, they decided it was the difference of 1 approval point is worth having that check to see whether she's Shardowheart or Saloonheart. Okay. Anything I really should turn in for the night. The last chance for anything anyone wants to ask or say, or maybe show if it doesn't take too long to do. And if there's nothing, then I am going to shut it down. Kill the parent. Oh, of course I didn't do enough damage. Someone else have a turn. Yes, no, yes, no. Oh, right. Hold on. Yeah. Hopefully I get this next one out video faster, a bit faster than the first one. Probably, like, it's hours of me just sort of rambling random stuff, and so it'll be, and without the chat, well, I guess you can look at the chat, but hard to keep track of. I guess I'll probably leave it up. I will at least look it over to try to get an idea of how it turned out, like how my microphone sounds and stuff like that. So if I'm ever going to do it again, I can learn some lessons about how to improve on that. But it'd be a hell of a thing to try to look through it all and find anything specific. But I think I plan to leave it up. I don't think there's any reason I shouldn't, based on what I can think of. But this is my first time trying to stream through YouTube, so I am unsure how it would turn out mechanically. And I got a desk mic arm pretty much just to do this, because I've been just doing it on a little tiny stupid stand for the videos up until now. So but yeah, so I don't know if I certainly could do another stream like this at some point. The only drawback is, well, that I stayed up way too long, and that it's time that I should be working on the video. So I gotta be careful doing too much of that. But I wouldn't rule out doing it again. Because again, I can go on just rambling random stuff that's in the files. So there's so much random stuff I could go on forever. But so yeah, so I won't run out. But yeah, I appreciate people watching. I was really expecting to get maybe 2 or 3 people show up. So and nobody say anything. So, and I was going to get work done all night, and I never did. I did goofed off doing this instead. So I hope people got something out of it because I'm spending the time on it. But I enjoyed it other than being sleepy. I completely lost track of time, which is good. Oh, I'm also curious because I just sort of picked the quality. I hope the video quality is was acceptable for. I don't know how readable things on the screen were, but I used to have a really good internet, and now I don't, so I can't upload at a really good rate. But that's cool. I'm glad that all worked out well as far as stream stats and stuff are concerned. So that's good news. But yeah, so thank you for everyone who hung around, regardless if you said anything or not. And I will get back to work on producing the actual video starting tomorrow. The ground. Yeah, I sadly, I also may look into trying to get the audio set up so I can play sound from the game or from whatever else as well. So that's good news also. Thank you about mobile. Yeah, I still wonder analytics. Say people watching, like half my viewers are on phone, and I'm like, can you really look at what's going on that tiny screen? But whatever works for you. Now I'm gonna keep saying other stuff instead of stop. Okay, I'm totally gonna end the stream. Thank you very much for watching, everyone.